Hi guys, how's things? Sorry, I'm a minute late there. How you all keeping? Come here, it's crazy, isn't it? I'm just going to play my piano for a small little bit. I know some people were giving up, but I'll turn it off there when I can get into it. I was up till about 4:30 last night, listening to all this crazy stuff. But I want to go through it again and just try and take notes because it's very confusing, and even the way it kind of came out. I think the first call that Benny put out last night was after the second call, say, with Candus, so it's confusing when you're going back over it. What do you all think? What's your first take? Oh, about a week ago, I stated he would. About a week ago, and Benny Key's chat, I stated it would be just short of a matter of time before he and the entire crew turned on Blight last night in the same chat room. I stated I could see my prediction come true. Do you think, guys, that Benny was feeling a bit left out? Is that why the turn came? I'm going to share, because I'm going to do what I did in the last one, just a little, and then we all have it afterwards then as well, do you know? But I know last night there was kind of mayhem as well in the chat when it was going on because people didn't know who was talking to who. And from what I can gather, it was obviously Benny and Candus, and then Benny and Tim Mullen, the Wells media manager. He befriended Wells after someone went missing. He created the website, someonewells.com. People call him Sandman and Don Wells handler. And then there's Trudy and Chris, and I think they're Wells PIs because they're talking with them a lot as well. And I just pop. Well, I almost dropped the link there if you. Oh wait. I'll go back and in that as well. Sorry, I should have done this stuff beforehand. Just... I'm going to kill my piano because I want to go straight into it because I know there's a lot to cover. So I'm just starting with the players, and then I populated a little bit of one call because I'm going to start with like Candus's. Maybe it's the last one. So all I have down there is Chris and Trudy, Wells PI, text Benny, and let me know if anyone's picking up any of this wrong because there's a lot going on. Text Benny saying they were done with him. They weren't happy with Tim for asking for birth certs, downloading Don's phone and messing with the cameras, and they just kind of threw Benny and Tim in together, and Benny was like, I had nothing got to do with that. That was all on Tim. And they actually confirmed on the call as well that Grandis's call with Emma from Crying Story Obsessed was genuine. We all thought it was genuine anyway, but nice to get it confirmed. You see, it does have that feeling, doesn't it? And even last time you were watching, you're sitting there, you're looking at Benny sitting back, thunder and lightning outside. He's chain smoking joints into the camera, coughing and spitting. I was like, what is going on here? This is nuts. This is crazy. So this is all I've taken from the first. Where's it gone? 22 minutes in to say Candus's call with Benny. And I think this is where he's sussing things out. He's sussing out what kind of happened with Tim and with Trudy and Chris. And then the call after that then is the one with Tim. But I think it's better to start at that because it just gives a bit of background, and I just want to take down anything relevant as I'm going through. If there's coughing, I'll try to speed it up if there's any kind of slow parts and stuff like that. But if there's coughing or spitting, it's not me. It's Benny. I won't throw it up because I'll save you from that.
You sent me some shit, man. Huh? You sent me some stuff. Or somebody did. I sent you some stuff? I don't know who. I sent you a fucking city bitch that sent to me. Say that again? Do you remember me seeing some shit that you sent me? Yeah. That's fine. You gotta just block her. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it to where I'm not. Okay. Chris, yeah. Finding out cameras were active without audio activity. This could result in unlawful. What the fuck is this shit? I don't even know what he's talking. I mean, is he on drugs? Like, what is he? Who accessed the cameras with audio? Like, I don't know, man.
So they're talking about the cameras. So they put up cameras in the Wells property, and Tim came after Don was arrested or put in jail and took the cameras down. And then he was trying to get back into them a few days later. So they're talking now about why that was. Benny straight out there. You'll hear him tell Candus that he thinks Don is trying to set her up. That he thinks Tim is helping Don.
Like, I put those cameras in. I set it up on my phone. I know you did, remember? And then once it worked, I went in and set it up on your phone. And then I had it on my phone for like 2 days, 3 days while I was there. Then when I left, I took it off. But I told people online I could still access it. But I could not. Because I had already disabled them. Donnie didn't do it, man. Donnie didn't do it. Who did it? Cam did it. Cam took him down? No, Cam. Cam, who's Cam? Cam. Tim took him down. Cam. K-I-M. Why would Tim take the cameras down? Okay, the same reason why Tim is trying to control me right now. Tim was the reason why we got the cameras. No, Benny. Tim's gonna fuck you and me over. What is Tim gonna do to us? It's not good, bud. Tell me, please. Because clearly you know stuff I don't know about Tim. What is Tim planning on doing to us? I don't know what Tim's got planned, but he's got his own YouTube shit. And everything when I post a video, he steals it. And he's done all kinds of shit. He steals the video?
Just, did you hear as well, guys, the part about, it's definitely in this one where they talk about, I've listened to it all once, this is my second time going around. Don took a trip away a month before someone went missing. He had no money with him, but came back with a load of crack. So I think the insinuation there is, did he sell her? Did he sell her when he was away for drugs?
Yeah. So, did he explain to you why he took the cameras down after he asked me to get you some cameras to put them up? No, he has not. I tried to talk to Tim the other day. He's like, I can't talk to you. You're not my friend no more. You disown Benny. I said, I didn't disown Benny. Benny's my friend. What the fuck does he have going on? I don't know, Benny. I really don't know. When I said, what's he gonna do to us? You said it's not good. What do you think you? I don't know. There's something wrong with him, bud. Like what? Tell me. His mind's not right. Tell me. Okay. Alright. Kim a lot of different things. Yeah.
I'm actually playing this on 1.25. You don't even notice because they're kind of talking so slow here.
I'm not so sure what them things are yet. Because
Do you think that's it, Sarah? It's very weird, isn't it? Like, I do wonder, is it one? I wondered, is there anything at all on that phone? Like, they talk about who would take their phone to the court if they were going to jail. I would, because I might want to make a call there before I go in or check something. Do you know? And that's why if that wrote down there, I was like, is he feeling left out of the clique? Because it does feel like I have him down here as, I just wrote down, Benny befriended Donna Candus after someone went missing, vocal YouTube supporter. But like, when he came in at the start, wouldn't he call himself a PI and a media manager? And then you have all these other people coming in since. And I'm wondering, does he feel a bit left out? And is that all what this is about? Obviously, he has some information as well, which is very important, though.
I got the board, and we been trying to put Donnie there, but Donnie can't go to the same place that he was at. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I do. I'm just processing right now.
I'm just trying to. It's going to be hard to get the coughs and the spitting away.
Can you say that again? Say it again. So Tim, I knew Tim had been in the hospital one time. But you're saying Tim has been in the hospital 3 different times.
I'm not going to write that stuff down. I don't think someone's health, how many times in hospital, is important for now.
Tim is not right in the mind. Do you think Tim may have something to do with Summer being gone? You know what? I don't know. But I had somebody text me the other night saying that I need to write down all the different people that's been in my life, Donnie's life, and Summer, and the boys' life. So I need to go from there. And what was he in the hospital for? I don't know. I wish I knew. I'm gonna have to get a hold of some people and find out. But check this shit out. I was coming home tonight, and there was this guy in a pickup truck, and he had a horse behind him, and
Candus is hammered in this call, by the way.
Wait out. And he smiled and laughed at me and waved at me. And I believe, in my mind, that was the horse that, remember the horse that dude? Yeah, remember that? Yeah. Do you remember that shit? I do remember it. It was at the same thing. It was chasing after the horse? Okay, I think this man that I saw right up to and looked at, he smiled and waved at me today. And he had the horse behind his pickup. And he was going real slow, but he stood way down, he waved at me and smiled at me. So when you saw he had the horse behind the pickup, it got loose again, or it was in a trailer? No, it's like the horse was loose again. And he was bringing it back home, like the horse was tied up to the truck, and he was walking. He was tied up to the truck, and he was going towards Kingsport. And so, what did that feeling? I mean, what did it make you feel like? I stood way down, and I looked at this dude, and he smiled at me and waved. And I'm like, okay, in my mind, I was like, do I turn around? Do I chase this fucker down? What do I do? Do I do that? I don't know what to do. What made you feel like you needed to chase him? Just a smile on his face. Just a look in his eye. Did you report it? No, I didn't report it. That's one thing I didn't do. Have you heard anything from. I haven't heard anything from anybody, dude. Not even Donnie? Donnie tried to call me, but I can't accept his phone calls for some reason.
March 2nd.
Oh.
March 3rd is what you heard first.
So it's the day after each other.
Everything is in Quentin Tarantino. Who's laughing is not important. It's on the TV.
This dude made me feel like I was fucking. I don't fucking know, man. I looked at him, he looked at me, he waved, he smiled, he just kept on going alone. Was it an old guy or a young guy? No, it was an older guy. He was about 50 or 60 years old. You never seen him around anywhere?
Right down, Betty feeling left out of the click. Don isn't talking to him. He says that and another thing.
Like, in my mind right now, I'm just like...
He starts giving out that Don didn't call him once since he was in jail. He's raging over it. And everyone else is just kind of distancing themselves from Benny. Don can call Candus as he is, I think, no money on his account, or I don't know, is it her account?
I should have followed him. I just turned around and followed him.
Even in this call here, Solo, and Betty calls it out, she says that Tim still has the phone. She didn't get it back at all. And then 2 or 3 minutes later, she's like, oh no, I have that phone.
I don't think he would be that hard to find. I don't know, man. Let me ask you this. It was Ansley Adams. Did you mean your phone wouldn't let you accept the call, or you just didn't want to accept it? No, I couldn't accept it. I pushed the one button. Yeah. It said, you have no payment on this phone card. Oh, he's out of money. He's out of money. And I don't have the money to put on his book. He ran through, he hasn't even been in jail a month. He went through $300 already? I guess so, because I ain't got the money, babe. God damn. A buddy of mine put a bunch of money on his fucking books. Like,
I think they're talking about the Glare there, is it? Some YouTube, or the YouTube channel did a kind of fundraising for Don in jail to put money on his books. So I'm not sure how he's gone through all that money.
I don't know. So, it was Ansley Adams that interviewed Ronnie Lawson the day that he said you weren't being cooperative, right? Angela. So it was the same reporter that reported him and you, right? I reckon it is. Did she tell you anything about how he was or shit he was saying that wasn't on the video? No, she just told me that little text message that said that I wasn't cooperating with the police and I wasn't talking to them with other attorneys. Which we know is not true because you had the news people come. I mean, that says a whole lot. Yeah, I had the news people come up here, and I wrote out a statement saying I don't understand why Ronnie Lawson is saying this because I have not lawyered up and I do not have any lawyer. So it's really fucked up, dude. I'm very upset about what Chris has on his mind. Like it seems like he was looking for a reason or something. Like he just came completely, like he reached out to me and he was like, hey, do you have time to text? And I don't usually text with Chris. So I was like, yeah. And that's when he texted me that,
Guys, I don't know much about them, Chris and Trudy. I just know they're PIs. I heard they got kind of maybe spooked and not spooked. But like we'll hear through some of these calls that I think at one stage I turned around and they were like, no, we're done with this. And now here he's going to talk about how they called him and are kind of lumping him in together with Tim, and because they're not happy that Don's phone was downloaded and the cameras and stuff are being messed with.
They're getting in the camera, Don's phone, the birth certificates. The phone and the camera, I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about, Chris. I said, as far as the birth certificates are concerned, I said, I never asked her for a birth certificate. I asked her for the hour on the day and the year they were born to check an astrology chart. And I said, it's not tarot cards. Like, this is very precise science. And I finished it by saying, I apologize that what you think has happened and that I'm involved in is not actually, it's inaccurate, right? Like, these things clearly, like, I don't even know, Chris knows that fucking Tim got in the phone. Chris knows that Tim was fucking with the cameras. Why is he saying it to me? Like I interpreted it. If I would not have asked you about this shit, I would have continued to think that Chris thought I did those things. Now I'm not even sure what he's talking about, because after talking to you, the phone and the camera were both done by Tim. My certificates, I asked you for the time on the birth certificate. Your birthday, it's all over the internet. Summer's all over the internet. Don's all over the internet. The only thing I needed was just the hour. And he starts telling me that all of these things have ruined the case. And I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? He's trying to convince you, Candus, that if somebody puts fucking cameras at your house, it's unlawful surveillance. That is insane. That means every person in the world is unlawfully surveilling themselves. I don't even know what he's talking about. It's not even a thing, right? He's mixing ideas together and they don't fit. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, after someone's child has been taken, it's okay for them to put cameras up and it not be unlawful surveilling. Like, what the fuck is that, right? So I don't know. I don't know. So and neither.
So they were telling Candus that they thought Betty had access and unlawful surveillance. So Tim came and took him down.
Tim or Chris said anything to me about it until today. I find that very, very, very strange. Like, why would Chris not have mentioned before that there's this issue with the phone? The phone's missing. We don't have the phone. We can't find the phone, right? Like, it's strange, right? Like, because it's been a team for a lot of months. And for Chris and Tim, well, I mean, at the very least, like, anytime Tim has been a problem before, Candus, you got to know, fucking Chris will call me and say, hey, man, like, can you talk to Tim? And he'll lay it out and tell me what I need to talk to the man about, and I will. But now all of this shit has happened, but it's been kept a secret from me. Now, I'm not upset at all. I got no reason to be upset about it. Let's clear that up immediately. What I'm worried about is the fact that there's this thing is sort of imploding, like it's turning inside out on itself. And it's from people that don't have anything to do with YouTube. I've not turned anything inside out. You've not turned anything inside out necessarily. But Chris and Tim, who both don't have anything to do with sharing anything nowhere, got this fucking weird shit going on. Like, yeah. Listen, buddy. Listen. Man, fuck everybody. I'm done with everybody. Except for you. You are the only thing that I can consider a best friend. And you to me too. And let me tell you what. The way that I feel about my friends is that in healthy friendships, you may encounter times in your friendship where it's not beneficial for you to be right in each other's all the time. And then there's times where
it's just Betty casually spitting on the floor in the background.
Like, you can move away and you can come back. And it's like, I have to be responsible in the way of, like, your life is your actual real life, Candus. My life is actually my real life. And because you're my friend, then that means, like, I don't want to have you all over the YouTube. And, I don't want you to do or think that you have to do these things or that things. Like, I was not trying to get you, and I want to be clear, I wasn't trying to get you this evening to go on and do no lives for no YouTube people. I just have some. I just got some questions about. I don't do a live, but tell my boys to love them and stuff like.
Guys, I'm after seeing that a few times. I don't know what you're. There's a few people saying that this turn from kind of Benny is trying to save a whatever kind of reputation or name he has on a comment that he made about the West Boys a few days ago. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I won't lie.
That's the only reason why I wanted to go live. No, I understand. I mean, the thing with me, you, Chris, and Trudy, and Penny, it was like, I got some questions to ask you about Don, and some things that have, like new ideas that have come up, and like this guy, like I don't know, like the way he was trying to do what he was doing, it was like, man, hold on, bro, like what do you got going on? Like he's trying to act like, I don't know, it was like, I don't know, I just felt very put back, and I knew that there was something going on. I didn't know that it was Tim doing all this weird shit. Nobody told me. But I could sense something was fucked up. Something's going on. And I'm not even sure, I have no way of knowing if that's the only thing that's fucked up. It's what I know was fucked up and been resolved, in the way of letting me know it's fucked up. But that's like a huge deal.
Penny's just changing recordings.
A lot of months. And for Chris and Tim, well, I mean, at the very least, anytime Tim has been a problem before, Candus, you got to know, fucking Chris will call me and say, man, like, can you talk to Tim? No, I understand. I mean, the thing with me, you, Chris, and Trudy, and Penny, it was like, we got to be 100 with each other every time. Even I always 100 with you, and I was done. Okay, I'm saying, even in times where we think a little white lie isn't a big deal or anything like that, like we still, like, even if the truth is going to hurt my feelings, like, I much prefer to get my feelings hurt, getting a dose of the truth, than to find out later on that what I thought was this wasn't really that or whatever. So I'm not going to do you dirt, right? I promise you. I'm not going to do you dirt either, man. I feel good that you won't. There's just weird. I knew something was going on. Something weird was going on, and I knew it was weird because, like I told you in the front of this call, I've not talked to Tim. I've not talked to Tim. And I'm guessing the reason why I've not talked to Tim is because he probably knew I was going to bring this phone scenario up because he probably thought I knew about it already. So what is the man? Did you ask the man what he's done with the shit off the phone? Did you ask him why? Oh, I asked him all kinds of questions. I was like, why do you be a fucking weirdo and shit? And he's like, oh, I'm not being a weirdo. I do what I do. See, man, when I first got there, Tim pulled me to the side one time. Oh, yeah. And he said, Chris and I think that somebody's involved in this is with the FBI. Well, I'm beginning to think Tim is. I'm beginning to think Tim, well, this is the thing. Like, to be a federal agent like that in the field undercover doing whatever the fuck people think Tim might be doing, you really lose all qualification to do that kind of work if you've been in the mental hospital. Right. He also has his family. Like, he doesn't fit it, but that's not to say that he's not trying to help the investigation in a way. Now, this is the thing. This is a really fucked up thing, and I wanted to be able to discuss this with you. It's like, in this realm that you find yourself in, it's fucked up. And it's fucked up because even though someone might be your friend, if they sneak around you or they do something that you perceive is like them sneaking around you, the only reason someone would sneak around you, Candus, is to do something for your daughter, which is still, in the long run, doing something for you. So when I started to think about it, I was like, oh man, goddamn, like this thing is so twisted up that there isn't really any way to talk with anybody without it being fucked over. All right? I don't know, like, clearly, like, at 8.5 months, we know it's fucked. We've been knowing it's fucked up in this way for a long time, right? It's like, oh, if Candus doesn't cry, it's because she doesn't care. Or but if she does cry, well, then she's trying to pull sympathy and get cash apps or whatever they say. It doesn't matter how you do it. They're going to make it fucked up either way. All right? So, I don't know. Like, let me ask you a question. I know you'll tell me the truth. Did Chris ever tell you to not tell me about the phone situation with him? No. Not at all. What has Chris said to you about what he thinks is the reason Tim downloaded that phone? Why does Chris treat you think? Well, I'm not going to go into detail, but Chris, okay, I'm going to say guys, because it's not right for me to say their name, but they don't think it was right for him to go into Donnie's phone and download all kinds of shit that he downloaded.
So the phone situation, Marilyn, is when Dom was going to jail, Tim went with him. Tim collected him, took him to court, I think, and Don gave Tim a phone. Tim took that phone home for 2 weeks. He downloaded data off it, and I think he's given it back to Candus. But I think now they're all pretty convinced that there's something on that phone, and they want people to. Or in this, you'll might hear Benny shouting at the camera, hand it in, hand the phone in.
Why would he even have to tell you he downloaded it?
I'm not so sure on the phone part, but there is other very interesting stuff that comes out about CPS closed the case the day before someone went missing. Don took a trip a month before someone went missing with no money, but came back with a lot of crack, apparently.
I mean, if I downloaded it and I knew people were going to be mad about it, why would you even tell people you downloaded it? Why wouldn't you just say, oh, here's the phone right here? You know, I don't know why. I don't know why I can't do that. You know, so let's think about this. Tim even told me, he goes, this is what Tim told me. He goes, oh, by the way, I went in and downloaded all kinds of shit that Guy did in New York. Not New York, what the fuck is that? California. And all that place. And I downloaded so Donnie wouldn't lose all them videos. Is what Tim told me. Which is halfway true, but the thing is that you can't believe that because of the way he did it, right? If he was just wanting to get the videos and shit off of it, he would have said, hey, I'm going to go ahead and grab these videos and shit off of here. You know, you want to, you know, maybe he could have brought his computer over and done it with you or her. I don't know, but so this is what it seems like, right? I mean, when you think about it critically, but since Donnie's been in jail, Chris had the phone, or Tim had the phone. Yeah. Gets the shit off the phone, and then next thing you know, we got 2 or 3 days worth of searches happening down by your house. Right? So one way you could think about it is there something on that phone? Now, I'm not trying to say Donnie's involved in anything. You gotta look at the way that looks, right? Like, so I'm not saying anything, but I'm like on the other half of the side, it's Donnie's trying to throw me under the bus. Well, and that's what I'm saying. So you also got to understand that the night that you hung up on him on the phone, remember you told me you had a big old blowout with Donnie, you hung up on him and all that. That next day, they came. The next day they came to search. So I have not talked to Donnie in over 4 days.
So they had a big blow up on the phone, and then the next day is when the search happened. I think someone could be talking.
And so 4 days would have put it back to the first day of the searches. So you haven't talked to Donnie since the first day they came to search? No, I have not. Does that seem strange to you or no? I don't. I'm not here. I'm not here to make you leave. But no. Okay, you're not praying, Benny. And that is very, very fucking strange to me. Does it? It really fucking does. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Do you feel like Don is trying to do some bullshit? I feel like I'm throwing under the bus. I feel like I'm being thrown under the bus, and I don't understand why I'm being thrown under the bus. Because that's my little girl, that's my baby doll, and I would do anything to fight her, and anything to bring her home safely. Has Donnie ever threatened to kill you? Oh, God, okay. I can't believe you said that. I'm just curious. I want to tell you the truth, but I just feel like, yeah, he has, okay?
So that was a question on, has Don ever tried to kill you? Candus kind of hesitates, then goes to yes. And they talk more about that. Benny has seen some of this as well, and he kind of tells Candus about it. I think it's in this call.
Has he threatened to kill you since Summer went missing? Not since Summer went missing, but he has before. I just want, I wouldn't be your friend if I didn't point out the fact that Donnie is been leaving stock a long time. Yeah, damn right. And I love Donnie to death, but he is, I don't know, man. He didn't kill no one. I feel bad about it. And I don't know why I feel bad about it, but it's like, I don't know. I was told some stuff today. What were you talking about? That I can't tell anybody about. But I would be better off without him. I think you've known that for a long time. Well, I think so too. Who'd you hear this from? Police? I can't tell you. It's just, I can't tell you because it's involved with my boys. Boys say something? No. But I can't tell you because it's unlawful. See if I do. You know what I'm saying? I do. I mean, is it helpful to Summer's case or not? I don't know if it'll be helpful to Summer's case or not. Is it bad for Don? It's not good for him. Does it mean more jail time for Don? Not jail time, but it's better off if I just say anything right now, baby. Okay, I respect that. I mean, I love you all, I tell you everything, but sometimes you just can't, you know? I do know. I guess I just, there's that portion of me that, is... I wish I could tell you everything, because to me, you're like my best friend. And I understand. It's got to, there's certain things that they got to be the way they are, and I. But some things I just can't say. Because it's got to be on the wall. I mean, I guess if it wasn't for the YouTube world, and for me and you to just discuss, I mean, the right way, it would be okay. But, I mean, I'm just... I want to... What? I think you muted it. Candus. hear you now. Okay. I'm not going to say who said this. I'm not going to repeat this. I was just told that if I wasn't with Donnie, then I could probably get the boys back sooner than possible.
And the recurring theme throughout the call as well, guys, Candus is convinced, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but she's convinced that she's going to get the boys back and that she's on track to get the boys back. I just can't for the life of me seeing how any judge would do that. And she's saying here she's a better chance of getting the boys back without Don.
We've been knowing that, though. That ain't no new news. We knew that. Hey, but that comes from higher up. Well, we've been knowing that. I mean, we knew that. It's good to hear that, but I mean, let me tell you what. Right, like, so what?
It's not just that, Hirsch. There's a lot of other stuff other than the phone. Like they're talking about how Don went away for a month before someone went missing and came with no money and came back with a load of crack. So how did he get that? And was there a transaction there?
Well, and that's what I'm saying. So you also got to understand that the night that you hung up on him on the phone, remember you told me. Is that Mama Keys next to you? No. That's me. She's out of town. She won't be back for like another 2 weeks. It's me here at the house all by myself. That's a pretty easy decision, I think. You know, if you have to pick between your 3 boys and Donnie, you know, I guess Donnie has to go on down the road, don't he? I mean, hey, my boys will always be for anybody. Well, that's good. You don't have to say no more. That's good. Well, along with summer, and you know that. I do. So again, you know, I wouldn't be a friend if I didn't point out the fact that, you know, with you not having talked to him and the blow up, the phone call, whatever, and then the search right after that and the phone biz, like I haven't talked to Donnie in about 4 days. Yeah, I you know, I would just say this, you know, that there has been times when I've asked you questions here and there, and you know, I don't ever pin you down and ask you no questions. Like we've been friends, and here and there we talk about stuff, but you know, I would just plead to you that, you know, if you know, I have to also point out the fact that it seemed like I watched it like you. I've been told by people that I trust what they say, and you know what they say is essentially, you know, kind of like you and Grandma are together, but Aaron's on his own now. And is that kind of how you feel it is? And did you mean for it to be that way? You know,
That's Benny walking around his house, not me.
Candy, did you mute it? Candus. Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you now. Oh. Oh, shoot. Now, what is the tablet? I don't even remember what my last question to you. I don't know. Like, I can't hear you too good. Did you put some headphones on or something? No, I did. Oh, okay. Can you hear me better now? Oh, hell yeah, I can. I type of figure, Bob. Like, do you feel like that? So, I guess my question was, I remember I was told that with Grandma Candus's interview, she kind of made it seem like, Don was kind of on his own. Like, you guys had your thing, but, Donnie was kind of on the island by himself. Donnie's on his own. Okay. In all things? In everything. Okay. Fair enough. He did what he did to me. I can't restore it. Yeah. We've had this conversation before. We have, but a lot of things have changed. And, sometimes you got to ask an old question because sometimes the answer might be new. Just like the phone stuff and, all these things that have been going on that, I told Donnie the other night, I love you, dude. You're like your dad, but I'm not in love with you anymore, and I don't know what to do about it. Well, I mean, there's really nothing you have to do right this minute or even this month, right? You can still get your kids back. You can still get the boys back sooner than later. And he's going to be there for 6 months at least. So, and he's got to go to a program straight. I mean, he's not going to have no street time.
They just went on the second recording.
But I can't. Well, I mean, there's really nothing you have to do right this minute. Or at least 90 days. So, you're still looking at altogether, his touchdown is still 9 months away, right? You're looking at 9-10 months overall. So, I don't feel like you need to pressure yourself with, what are you going to do with Donnie? Because, you don't have, you don't have to make that decision with Donnie. This is the reason, because unless they plan on keeping your kids for another 10 months.
There was people last night, Corporal, saying that Benny was undercover. And that, I think one of these, Benny is saying himself that Chris McDonough has learned a lot from him. Chris McDonough has learned a lot from Benny, and Benny sees that.
They're going to give you your children back, whether or not you're divorced from him or not. You see what I'm saying? Hey, Benny. What? You know the songs that we sang in the car? Mm-hmm. I'm at the point where, I can't do it anymore, dude. What? I can't love him. I can't be in love with him anymore. He's still in that point too far gone. I know Don has done some dumbass shit since you've known him. Don has done some real dumbass shit since I've known him. Like going to fucking smoke crack over the fucking Christmas and going to smoke crack while I'm down there fucking, coming there to be with y'all and shit. Like, I know.
I've talked in videos before. I always thought, and I don't think it's slang or the same term, but I've heard Don talk before about crack, and the way he talked about it was if I think he did cocaine and looked down on crack. Clearly not.
He does dumbass shit, but Don has done some real dumbass shit since I've known him. Like fucking smoke crack over the fucking Christmas and going to smoke crack while I'm down there fucking, coming there to be with y'all and shit. Like, I know he does dumbass shit. But can you even imagine him being involved in some kind of dumbass shit? Like, we know he runs off and smokes crack and does the shit he does down there in Knoxville or Crack Alley or whatever. Like, and he doesn't come home and tell you about that shit. Right? Keeps it a secret. Could he be involved in some other shit? Also able to... I mean, think about it, Candus. Like, I'm not trying to make Donnie out to be no abductor or having. Hey, man, I think about that shit all the time, bro. I mean, like, if he's able to go do weird shit with weird people, like, and come home and keep it a secret from you, like, what else? Like, he would behave the same way after a weekend with crack and hookers. Like, it could look the same way. Like, he would come back and it would be some bullshit. He wouldn't want to talk about it. He'd treat you like shit. And he'd come down. I think about that shit all the time, Dave. Oh, man. I just don't like Candus. I fucking wonder, dog. I wonder a whole lot of times. I'm like the shit I've seen him do to you since I've known you guys. The punching, the hitting, the elbowing, the throwing the heater. Like, all of these fucking things are not the things regular men do when the babies are missing. I mean, it's really, you know what, Candus? These aren't feelings that I've had a real long time. It's only since Donnie's been in jail that I start to think about different shit in terms of Donnie, because he's not here fucking everything up. And I've had these feelings for a long time. I have. I actually haven't. Like, I've been.
Oh, that's annoying on heater.
You guys not thinking about any of that stuff, but now that he's gone, you know, like for him to tell me, you know, as much as he loves me and as many times as he told me he loved me and all this other crap, for him to get locked up and make no attempt to try to reach out to me.
That's the part I was talking about. I think he's a bit hurt over that. He was like, after everything we went through, for him to make no attempt to reach out to me.
Like, it's expected. I mean, I know he's in there doing his thing, but like, you know, like the people that I still made sure I reached out to everybody I could when I was locked up. Like, he doesn't love anybody, Candus. I don't think he fucking loves anybody. I mean, look at how he treats himself. He doesn't even love himself. Is there anything about the day that Summer went missing that has to do with Donnie that maybe you think is weird, or maybe you hadn't thought of before is weird? I mean, I don't know. Like, there has to be an answer, right? There has to be an answer. And let me tell you what, Candus, like, for as much as I've seen that man leave bruises on you, like, it's so hard now to not think, like, well, man, look at what he does to himself. Look at what he does to his wife. Who does he love? Who does he treat good? Right? Like, I don't know. Has he ever broke the law before and asked you to cover up for him? Candus.
She's hesitating a while there, isn't she? And I think these are probably questions that maybe Benny hasn't asked them before outright, because he was trying to be their friend and stuff. So he just asked, has Don ever broke the law before and asked you to cover up for him?
I think you muted again.
Oh, the heater's back on.
Candus.
Speed up a
I'm
little
about to
bit.
call her back.
Just speeding her up.
What if Donnie has done something? I mean, I believe if he did do something, you don't know about it. Like, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Do you think he would fucking try to make this, like, do you think is Donnie smart enough to have done something to her and be able to make it your fault? Like, you know, I don't know. I really don't know. Like, could he make, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, could he have left a scenario where he's like, okay, well, Candus is going to fuck me over. You know, like, I don't know, say she doesn't want to be with me online, or, yeah, who knows? Like, we do know people are messaging him and shit now on the JPay. Yeah, I know. They're calling, they're leaving the messages, all kinds of shit. Cher is, as he is, like, I just worry that you know what? I can't not think about the things that I know he's done to you, the things that, Candus, the whole time he's fucking beating around on you and shit. I was forced to go on this fucking internet and act like that shit was normal. And I'm looking at Chris and Free and Tim, and I'm like, you fucking people are acting like him hitting on her, elbowing her in the face is regular shit. And it's not. It isn't. So, it's not fucking normal. Not nowhere in the world. And I know from just talking with you guys, it wasn't always nice to the boys either. And it wasn't just a nice guy every fucking day. Like, when he was a bad guy, he was a bad guy. Yeah. And, you do. But I think, unfortunately, in the right now, the issue is that when you get the boys back, you are going to have to, you're going to be supervised by the state. You're going to be on probation with the state in a sense where they're going to give you your kids back, but you're still going to have to go around and do what the fuck they want you to do for a while. Well, that's okay with me. So that means you still got to be in Tennessee, though, or probably at least in Hopkins County. Because I talked to my lawyer today. He goes, you don't have to necessarily be in Tennessee to get your kids back. You say lawyer, you mean the CPS lawyer? No, my lawyer for my boys. Gotcha. But that's through the state. They give you that lawyer, right? Yeah, but she told me today that this is what my lawyer told me today. She said, you're better off going away and being with the boys. But at the same time, if you go away, is that going to make Ronnie Lawson?
She's saying it's her lawyer, but it would be the one for the kids. For all that stuff, it'd be given by the state as well.
Think you're not being cooperative? I don't give a fuck if it is. I knew you wouldn't, but it's strange because you can even just evoke your Fifth Amendment, which is the right to remain silent, and it's your right. Like it does not, it does not. What you don't say can't be held against you, right? So, but a sneaky ass sheriff like Ronnie Lawson, if you decided you didn't want to talk to him anymore, doesn't mean you've done anything wrong. Now, I pointed this out really early on tonight, and it's this. If Ronnie Lawson says that your daughter wandered away from the house and potentially got lost in the mountains around the house, how could you be uncooperative if your child wandered away? Right? The only way you could be uncooperative is if you had something to do with it. If she wandered away, they can ask all the fucking same questions over and over and over, and it doesn't change anything because he's the one that said she wandered away, not you guys. You guys say she's been taken. He says she.
Do the right thing.
This is Penny shouting into the camera, do the right thing. Hand on the phone.
Crazy. Yeah, it's very crazy. Do you think that there could have been...
I feel like it's coming to a head too, Amy. Definitely with all the stuff coming out the last 2 days, we know now there's stuff going on behind the scenes as well.
Anything on the phone?
From the TBI side.
Well, check it out, Candy. Don knew he was going to jail. He didn't have a reason to take the phone with him to jail just to give it to Tim, for Tim to turn around and bring it right back to you.
Do you find that sus, guys? I don't find it too much sus taking a phone with you to the court if you kind of know you're going down. What if I want to call someone on the way or call someone to say goodbye or check my social media, check my emails? I don't find it as sus as what Benny is saying here. I don't find the whole phone thing as sus as some of the other stuff, to be honest. Even though I think the phone will be the main thing that people kind of take away and talk about.
Right. He'd have just left the fucking phone at home and then went to jail. So it almost seems like to me, he passed that fucking phone off to Tim for a reason. I don't think Donnie doesn't. I think Donnie knows that Tim.
That sound is to me, that's Benny grinding his weed.
Donnie is a dumbass. I think Donnie knows Tim has that. Tim did exactly what Donnie told him to do with that phone. You have to ask yourself why. Right? What is on the phone? No. I don't have the phone, but I can't tell you. You still don't have the phone? Nope.
Okay.
Tim still has the phone.
So this is Candus being like, no, I don't have the phone. Tim still has the phone, yes. And it's all on the same call now. Later on, you'll hear her be like, no, I have it. I don't know what's going on.
Yep. Oh, man. So hold on. Has anyone just called Tim and said, bring the fucking phone here now? Yeah, I'm sure he has. Something's going on, Candus. I know. Something is going on. And I don't know what, but I can see it, and it's not good, for sure. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But guess what? I'm almost guessing Tim probably doesn't even have the fucking phone anymore. I think the police have the phone. The police have that phone. And they've probably been going through the motherfucker, and I don't know what Donnie's got on the phone. Who knows what he could have been talking about, and who knows with who. He's got his Facebook on there. He's got his text. He's got his emails. He's got all the different ways you can contact him. Yeah. So Donnie goes to jail. The phone is in the air. It's missing. And now motherfuckers are poking around searching and shit. Exactly. I think Donnie's trying to set you up, Candus. Hey, I've been set up.
That was the first time we're hearing that kind of outright. Oh, what was that?
You know what? I've never seen you know that, Candus.
I think Don is trying to set you up. Candus replies, I thought that since day one.
Never said that to you ever. It seems exactly like Don is trying to set you up right now. And I don't know. I feel like too, but that would only mean Don could only set you up if he did something. Yeah. He couldn't set you up if he didn't know anything about it. I don't know. Yeah. Something's going on. Strange. Because now Chris is acting funny to me about shit that, like, he told me he's not fucking with me no more because of shit Tim did. What the fuck? I met Chris from Tim.
Is Benny B feeling left out again?
Not the other way around. Chris is treating me like he's upset with me for shit Tim has done. They were buddies fucking.
Thanks, Deborah. We'll get it done today. That's why I want to do this document, and I have a link to the top so you can all access that. And even if you're kind of popping in later on, you'll be able to go back and see all the stuff that we take down as well. This is what there's so much stuff here. This is what I have to do, otherwise I'll forget stuff.
Months before I even came around. I need to move the fuck out of here. Oh boy. I need to get out of here and not look back. Well,
Please remove Shay's safe place, please.
It's Benny kicking people over his chair.
He'd have just left the fucking phone at home and then went to jail. So it almost seems like to me, he passed that fucking phone off to Tim for a reason. I don't think Donnie doesn't. I think Donnie knows that Tim. I think Donnie is a dumbass. I think Donnie knows Tim has that. Tim. If there's something in the phone, if Don is involved, and you take the phone to them, and you're also not involved,
What you do is you get yourself out of the hot water immediately. That is the opposite of uncooperative. If you bring the phone to the police, then that is your good faith. Crazy. Yeah, it's exactly like Don is trying to set you up right now. And I don't know. I feel that too, but that would only mean Don could only set you up.
Sorry, that was Benny rewinding there, no, not me.
If he did something. Yeah. He couldn't set you up if he didn't know anything about it. But I don't know. Yeah. Something's going on. Strange. Because now Chris is acting funny to me about shit that, like, he told me he's not fucking with me no more because of shit Tim did. What the fuck? I met Chris from Tim, not the other way around. Chris is treating me like he's upset with me for shit Tim has done. They were buddies fucking months before I even came around. I need to move the fuck out of here. Oh boy. I need to get out of here and not look back. Well, I don't know if Don's involved, it may be hard to not look back. Yeah, it might be hard. Is there a way Don could have came home and grabbed her without you knowing? Anything's possible. Anything's possible, but I'm not saying because I don't know. What does your gut tell you? What does my gut tell me? About Don. Oh, shit. I'm at the point where, like, I don't know. I really don't know. My gut, it hurts so bad, I don't even know what to say. Let me tell you this. If my son went missing, yeah, I feel like I would know. Now, of course, I'm not in your position. But I feel like if my son went missing, I would know whether or not my wife was involved. Now, if there was ever a time where I wasn't sure if my wife could be involved or not, that would be a problem for me. If I ever felt like, oh, goodness, today I'm not sure if my wife...
I think Benny's about to make a point I kind of agree with, if I'm remembering this correctly. So I think what he's saying was basically, how come Don never had any doubts about you? Is that because he's involved?
Wife had anything to do with this or not? Man, because I think the way that you would always feel is like, no, I know I didn't have anything to do with it, and that would mean my husband also didn't have anything to do with it. But we know that we know how the fucking thing. Listen, statistics are statistics because they're real, right? Like, but whenever I talk about Donnie doing it, it's my gut hurt. When you think about if Donnie did it, your gut hurts. Yeah. Not real bad. What would be the reason? What would be your gut feeling? Why? I don't know why, but it fucking hurt. Oh. Do you think Don could have molested her? I don't think he did that, but like, I don't know.
The fan is back. All right.
Maybe he'd been involved in something that he shouldn't be involved in. Like some cocaine shit? Yeah, that's what makes my gut hurt. Oh my god. Oh. It's so far that fucked me up. Because we have kind of talked about that before. I mean, he said it was before summer got gone that he had went to Knoxville with just a little bit of money that came back with a whole bunch of crack.
That's big, guys. And he's saying there they talked about it before. So 1 month before someone went missing, Knoxville with no money and came back with a load of crack.
Yeah.
Candus confirms.
Oh.
I think that's enough for tonight. I don't know, Candy, like this phone scenario,
A little bit. While Benny fixes his joint that he was smoking. He did look wrecked on the stream. He was constantly smoking. I don't know, was he taking pills as well and making it obvious that he was had a pill bottle. I don't know, was he a little pity party or sympathy or what? I don't know.
just because they're real. I think there could be a real possibility that Tim is in some way.
I need to get out of here and not look back.
Well, I don't know if Don's involved, it may be hard to not look back.
Yeah, it might be hard.
Is there a way Don could have came home and grabbed her without you knowing?
It'd be possible.
Okay, I'm just sorting it out there now.
Yes, there's something in the phone. If Don is involved, not have discussed any of this with me, like it's for your own ass. Tim has deleted something off the phone. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you don't. Yeah, so I don't know what you.
Sorry.
Months before I even came around, statistics because they're real, right? Like,
But every time someone dies doing it, it's like that hurt.
when you
I don't think he does that, but
said, "Oh, you're not my friend anymore," I think you need to believe him.
oh my god. Oh. It's a fire that fucked me up.
I kind of talked about that before. I mean, what'd you say? It was like a month before Summer got gone that he had went to Knoxville with just a little bit of money and came back with a whole bunch of crack.
Yeah. Oh.
I think that's enough for tonight. I don't know, Candy. Like this phone scenario, I guess I assumed he had brought the phone back. You tell you what.
Yeah.
I think that when Tim said, "Oh, you're not my friend anymore," I think you need to believe him.
Okay.
I think you need to believe him, and I think that there could be a real possibility that Tim is in some way not some sort of strange mental infatuation with Don where, I don't know, I've heard some strange talk out of Tim in the past 7 months. And I do know that it seems like a portion of what Tim is trying to get done
Y'all do the right thing.
is Dr. Phil and Netflix kind of shit. And, yeah, and I don't know. I don't know what links Don and Tim would be willing or able to go to. Let me tell you what. Katie, I'm not fucking with you. This phone situation, this is a problem. It's a problem. And I'll tell you why. Because Chris is under the belief that the phone has been downloaded. Now, that would be one thing. Well, that would be one thing if the phone came back and Tim agreed that he had downloaded the stuff off the phone. Now he's just telling you he.
So do you remember earlier on when Candus was saying that she didn't get Tim still has the phone, and Benny was like, Jesus Christ, why didn't anyone just call him and ask for the phone back?
Downloaded the stuff off the phone, but you've not seen the phone again. So you don't know if he has the phone or not. Now, add that to the fact I have the phone now. You have the phone now. Yeah.
It's all the same conversation.
Oh, yeah. Had you been through the phone yourself? No, I did not. Because I'm not like that. Well, I don't go to my husband's phone because that's not right. Do you think that this situation is different? And that maybe different. Huh? I think it's way different. I think that this situation is a good enough situation for you to go through your husband's phone. I don't think that you have anything to worry about. I think that if you get the phone and you open the phone up, yeah, I think it's going to be pretty easy to find out if shit has been deleted out of the phone. Okay. If shit has been deleted out of the phone, that's a problem too. Why? You said you had the phone for 2 weeks? Yeah, I never did. Okay. Does Cam or anybody else know about the phone being only you do. Only me. Okay. So
We all don't know.
I don't know if you're gonna like the idea of this. What's up? But I think
Guys, jeez, I didn't realize there was so many people inside her. The Chris that they're talking about is Chris and Trudy. They're the Wells PI.
I think it might be a good move, Candus, if you take the phone to Sheriff Lawson. If Donnie is on his own, you certainly. And this is the thing. Donnie's in jail. It isn't fair. I mean, I know in the world nothing's fair, Harley, but it isn't fair. It's not ethical for him to lump you two together and for him to say that the parents aren't being cooperative. I'm not like that. Well, I don't go to my husband's phone because that's not right. Do you think that this situation is different? Different. Huh? I think it's way different. I think that this situation is a good enough situation for you to go through your husband's phone. I don't think that you have anything to worry about. I think that this is what I think. I think that if you get the phone and you open the phone up, yeah, I think it's going to be pretty easy to find out if shit has been deleted out of the phone. Okay. If shit has been deleted out of the phone, that's a problem too. Right. You said he had the phone for 2 weeks? Yeah, I never did. Okay. Does Cam or anybody else know about the phone being only you do. Only me. Okay. So I don't know if you're gonna like the idea of this. What's up? But I think it might be a good move, Candus, if you take the phone to Sheriff Lawson. If Donnie is on his own, you certainly. Now, this is the thing. Donnie's in jail. It isn't fair. I mean, I know in the world nothing's fair, Harley, but it isn't fair. It's not ethical for him to lump you two together and for him to say that the parents aren't being cooperative. take the phone to them, and you're also not involved, what you do is you get yourself out of the hot water immediately. That is the opposite of uncooperative. If you bring the phone to the police, then that is your good faith chip. That's your good faith action. Like, hey, I am being cooperative. Here's the phone. This is his phone. If there's anything in it, like, have they ever asked you anything about the phone? You haven't talked to him, right? No, I haven't talked to him at all. That's the thing, Candus. I do believe you're thinking along the right terms, the right lines. I think that right now, you do have to create some space between you and Donnie and Tim. I don't know what the fuck they got going on, but the two of them, the two of them, they're thick as thieves, the two of them. So I don't know what the fuck they got going on, but it doesn't seem like you're on that team anymore. So, no, like, Tim used to tell me everything. And for him to not have discussed any of this with me, like, it's way more.
We're back again to Benny feeling a bit left out. We've come back to that a few times in this, isn't it? I wonder, is that the real trigger for all of this?
Than just getting the videos off the phone. It doesn't, like, that's not the way that works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, couple they should be able to get anything and everything. And even if they knew that phone was there and wanted it, you'd have to assume that they could get it if they wanted it. But then again, look at Kegan Klein and the Delphi murders. He was able to get a phone, delete apps, and get rid of some data.
Like, so I don't know what you think about that, but, in the event that your husband did have something to do with it, like, it would be helpful for Summer if there's data on that phone. It's going to be helpful. If Tim has deleted something off the phone, that makes it a problem for Tim now too, because that would put him in the mix, right? I mean, in order to get these boys back anyways, they told you, you got to create space. You got to make distance between you and Donnie. But the one thing you automatically have to do is to cover your own ass. And the way you cover your own ass at this point.
Guys, that's not right at all. Cindy, the Chris that he's talking about is a different Chris. It's Trudy and Chris. They're private investigators for the Wells. I seen there was a lot of people getting confused with that as well last night. They do mention Chris McDonough, and even in Tim's call they talk about Chris McDonough, but the Chris they're talking about here is Chris and Trudy.
Is to be completely transparent with them, right? Like bring the phone to them. I mean, that would be my suggestion. Now, maybe you feel comfortable with that, or maybe you don't. But I think that every single thing that you do that's helpful with the police is going to mirror back and look good for you with the boys. That's the thing, right? If Lawson is saying that you're not being helpful, well, that's not going to look good to CPS at all. So, I don't know. Like, I don't want to make it seem like it's clutch time, but it does kind of seem like it's clutch time, right?
No, she's not aware that this recorded at all.
Like it's clutch time. Like, there's a copy of whatever was in Donald's phone, not in Donald's phone anymore. And the whole way that all that got set up didn't make any fucking sense. I just told you. No reason why Tim has to take that phone, or why Don has to take that phone with him to the fucking jail. No reason. Right? Donnie leaves the phone on the table at the house, and then he has Tim bring it to the jail. All right? You don't bring the phone with you and then give it to your partner and have your partner bring it back to your wife. That's extra. Right? So it seems like, to me, it seems just like Don was like, here, bring this phone back to Candus once you get the shit off of it. I don't know what the shit is. But there isn't no reason why that phone should have went through Tim's hands. And it did. And it got stuck there. That's the thing. Like, you said he had that joke for 2 weeks. Man, who knows what he did with it in that 2 weeks? No clue at all. So, man, God damn it. I know, right? That's a lot. That's a lot. And you got to remember, Like, I know Dr. Phil don't mean shit to the police. But you remember what Dr. Phil said? He said, I don't think Donnie has anything to do with it. But Candus, I think Candus knows something she doesn't know she knows. Remember that bullshit he said? Well, yeah, I don't know what that means to the police. Probably nothing. But that's the way that some smart people have seen it, right?
It's a lot, man.
It is. This phone situation, it changes a little bit because, okay, so when since Don has been in jail, has he talked to Tim on the phone?
No.
Okay.
I'm not sure Candus would know that
Has
exactly.
he ever said to you, did Tim bring the phone back?
No.
Did you ever tell him that Tim hadn't brought the phone back?
No.
So he just assumed that you already had the phone. He didn't even know that the phone's been downloaded or any of that other shit.
Right.
Okay. Well, why would Chris be worried about the phone data being copied?
I don't know why.
That seems strange, doesn't it? Like,
I don't know why.
yeah, I mean, if we're all the team, I understand that it's a little bit, I mean, it's disrespectful to download somebody's phone without asking, but if we're all on the same team here, I'm not sure why Chris would be upset about that.
You know, it's all strange.
Really, what Chris should, the position Chris should be in is Chris should be like, oh, Tim, you got that phone downloaded. Do you mind if I take a look at the shit that was in there too? Chris shouldn't be mad that Tim downloaded the phone. And just, Chris is upset that Tim downloaded the phone. In my opinion, I think because Chris and Trudy think
Sorry, the fan
that
is back.
Don's going to try to set you up. That's what I truly believe. That's why Don and Chris and I was told Chris and Trudy said they were done with this shit. That's what you see here from some people too. So you gotta ask yourself, all this stuff that Chris thinks he figured out, why would he blame it on me instead of telling me that actually this is shit that Tim has done? He just blamed it on me. That's fucking weird. That doesn't make any fucking sense, Candus. Like, Chris and Tim are on the same team. Chris should have no problem with Tim downloading that phone because now the shit that's in the phone is now available to Chris to look at too. But Chris is upset that the phone has been downloaded. What is Chris upset about? He's also upset that the cameras, whatever the fuck he said about the cameras, like they've been activated with the audio, whatever that means, like, why? Why is the phone fucked with and why the camera's been fucked with? And why is Tim responsible for both? Why, Candus? You there? Candus?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Damn.
Explain to me why the fuck would Tim turn the cameras off? Why did he say he disabled the cameras? Because let me tell you what, you're telling me he disabled the cameras. At the same time, Tim's calling me trying to figure out how to get back into them. Even Chris,
That's what I'm saying.
right? So you mean to tell me Tim came and disabled the cameras,
Yes, he did.
and then a few days ago was on the phone with me and Chris trying to figure out how to get back in it. And we were talking about the spiral notepad that had the fucking passwords in it. It had the email in it.
Look,
Like,
I'm going to tell you right now, Benny. Tim is a joke.
you need to stop talking to Tim.
It's not Benny's cameras. There were cameras they put up in the Wells home, which will, I think, just outside. I think cost them like $400 or $500. Benny put them up. I think they thought maybe Benny had remote access into them. It's just kind of what I'm trying to guess. and they told Benny they took the cameras down. I think maybe they did, but then they were also wanting Benny to find out how to get back in.
For right now.
There's just some messing going on with the cameras.
Why would he want you on that hill? He's the one that asked me to put some fucking cameras in there, Candus. Why would he unplug the motherfuckers? And why would he unplug them while your husband is fucking gone and you're there all alone? He's an asshole. It's more than an asshole, it seems like. Yeah, there's being a jerk right now. I don't think it don't have nothing to do with being a jerk either. This dude is like, a jerk is just
I think himself, LA, was it?
like, put your feet on my fucking table without asking shit like that, but like you know, coming in.
I'm just muting there because he's coughing.
That's disrespectful, but like this shit here he's got going on, like it's extra. You have to. I know you've been going through this for a long time, and it probably doesn't seem like a whole lot. Man, this is a whole lot. Let me tell you what. The motherfucking police, they had your phone last time and downloaded some shit out of it. Right? When they gave you the fucking phones back, wasn't there shit missing off the phones?
That was Benny Merkel. He's coughing throughout all this and spitting and stuff. So if any of that sounds, it's not me.
Yeah, that whole time. Right, but I'm saying, like, during this time in your life, for people to be downloading shit off of your phones is not good. Right? Man, let me tell you what, Donnie never took no whole bunch of videos that fucking Tim was going to be fucking concerned about getting for anything. Let me tell you this. Why the fuck couldn't Tim just waited until Donnie got out of jail to get all that shit? I don't know. Why is there such a rush to get the phone downloaded? Why? That don't make no sense. I don't know. Man, this the other thing, Kenny. That fool could have put some shit in that phone. He could have planted something in that phone that wasn't there before. And all I know is I love you. And I cannot, I don't know what to go after that. What was the actual explanation? What did he say when he went over to, like, Taco said something to you and then went over and unplugged the camera? Candus. Are you there? Yeah, I'm here. Damn. Explain to me why the fuck would Tim turn the cameras off? Why did he say he disabled the cameras? Because let me tell you what, you're telling me he disabled the cameras. At the same time, Tim's calling me trying to figure out how to get back into them. Days ago. Right now, Benny. Tim is a joke. Put some fucking cameras in there, Candus. Wipe them for right now. I never talked to him. Why would he want you on that hill? He's the one that asked me to put some fucking cameras in there, Candus. Why would he unplug the motherfuckers? And why would he unplug them while your husband is fucking gone and you're there all alone?
So they're saying Tim unplugged the cameras when Dom was in jail and Candus was alone.
Tim is an asshole. It's more than an asshole, it seems like. Yeah, there's being a jerk right now. I don't think it don't have nothing to do with being a jerk either. This dude is like, a jerk is just like putting your feet on my fucking table without asking shit like that. But like you know, coming in my house and not taking your shoes off type of shit. That's disrespectful. But like this shit here he's got going on, like it's extra. You have to. I know you've been going through this for a long time, and it probably doesn't seem like a whole lot. Man, this is a whole lot. Let me tell you what. The motherfucking police, they had your phone last time and downloaded some shit out of it. Right? When they gave you the fucking phones back, wasn't there shit missing off the phones? Yeah, that whole time. Right, but I'm saying during this time in your life, for people to be downloading shit off of your phones is not good. Right? Man, let me tell you what, Donnie never took no whole bunch of videos that fucking Tim was going to be fucking concerned about getting for anything. Let me tell you this. Why the fuck couldn't Tim just waited until Donnie got out of jail to get all that? What was the agreement? Why turn off the cameras? All right. So it's like, you know what I
Thank
mean?
God he
It's
turned
like,
off the fan.
I don't know, like, something don't feel right at all. Something is very, very wrong. And I don't, yeah, something is very, very, very disorganized. What'd you say? Yeah. I mean, the phone situation, the argument with Donnie, and then the searching right after that, and then the not having had talked to Donnie since they searched. I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't seem good. It seems, it seems like the people online might be right. It seems like Donnie has said something, even if it's, clearly they went and searched and didn't find anything. That's not, I don't know what that means, but you certainly could say that Donnie has said something, or if something was in the phone. They've got, something happened for them to come back around there and search for 2 days, Candy. They got some kind of information. Something came up somewhere. It had to have. It's just, they didn't just pick that area again for no reason. There was a reason they went there. Something told them, you need to go back over here and you need to spend 2 days doing it. I don't know what that was. But there's a lot of things that have all jumped off at the same time that can make you wonder. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think that, it's, I don't know, Candus. You got to be able to trust somebody with the law enforcement. That's one thing I do know. If you're, I believe you're not involved. You got to be able to trust them. And the way that you show that, you trust them is by bringing that phone. Like, that's something not right about that. Like, all these different things happening, and then boom, they're out there searching. That don't make no sense. You there? Yeah. I don't know. Think about it. I'm gonna let you go because you sound tired. Let's talk in the morning time a little bit more when we're not tired and all that stuff. And let's talk about this phone situation. I want to talk to Tim about the scenario, but I want to make sure that I understand everything that there is to understand before I ask him about it, because what I really want to do is ask him in a way to see if he'll lie to me.
So we'll see, does Tim lie there now? We've everything logged here, what was kind of said.
If he'll lie to me about it, that's even a bigger problem, right? So let me just kind of work on it in my mind for the rest of the night, and then call me when you get up tomorrow. You hear me? Yeah. All right, call me in the morning. Go get you some rest.
All right, that's that. I'm going to go to Tim's call now. Just going to go straight into it. We'll plow through it, lads. I think it takes them about 8 minutes.
They fixed the race. Yada, yada, yada. Story, Candus. You took over. Praise the Lord. You took care of you.
Penny coughing again. Here we go. They talk a small bit faster than Candus. I might put this down to normal for a bit.
You took over. Praise the Lord. You took care of YouTube blog because we're trying to block all the chaos so it can just be a normal case. It can be.
So he was talking here about Benny taking care of YouTube so they can block all the chaos and just go about a normal case. Tim didn't know the Wells before someone went missing. He was down there when they were searching and kind of got involved then afterwards. think he has his own channel now as well, where he's putting up kind of him. He's out for a walk and he's just recounting kind of a timeline of how he got involved and all that kind of stuff.
We worked out and done. That's all. Yeah. That's really all we've been doing. It's not because we're dealing with people who can't trust because they've been burnt so many times in life.
The sound does get a bit better.
I mean, I'm the one person that ever loved me, you know. What's the number? Yeah. I think he's done the truth. And it's hard for them to grasp that people aren't out to get them. And the motion that he's from, you know.
Rain and thunder and lightning in the background as well. I think Benny is in his garage. Just adds to the whole creepiness of this stuff coming out late last night.
Same thing. I mean, it's all in it for me and stuff I haven't told you that happened. Did you, and I don't want to cut you off, did you hear in Miss Candus's interview? She said she took a nap and woke up.
And I think some people will be very surprised now if you haven't heard this, at some of the stuff Benny's going to say and Tim are going to say. They start off here by talking about Grandis's nap. And they're like, what's that about?
To summer being gone. Yeah, see, little pieces like that is, but that's not the way it happened. The way they said it happened from the beginning is that she was sitting on the stairs. Candus was helping with the knee brace. Summer came over, washed her hands, got a piece of candy from Grandma. Remember, because she always likes to get candy from Grandma. And then she goes back next door, and Candus walks her over there. So this week, Candus said, what if I would have walked her over there? She said from the beginning that she did.
I don't know, sorry.
Only for 2 minutes. And where the hell was there ever time, Tim, for Grandma Candus to take a nap inside of all of this? There was never time. Because they arrived, they started planting flowers, they fixed the brace, yada, 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 and then she comes up missing. What Grandma Candus is saying now is that she awoke from a nap to Summer being missing. That changes about the same thing in just a few days. That's why I'm at the store here. That's why I'm staying so neutral. So, and I'm just letting it play out. If she's making up stuff, if she's telling truth, if we're talking, if she's not even talking about that moment. You know, she's just talking about some moment when she walked off, Summer busted her knee, you know, and but yeah, because if you take those little pieces, what's an emotional person you talk to last night, we go crazy trying to piece it together. So when you add the piece of the nap, you don't just put NAP into the timeline. You've got to put an amount of time that is also automatically attached to NAP. So how long was the NAP? Was it 2 minutes? Like Candus says she went over and...
Guys, I thought they were on about the cameras outside as well. Because he was saying, why would he want you on that hill? Where did you get the inside? Did I miss that? I thought it was outside cameras that they put up.
It's the Sandman.
So he's just telling people there now in the chat who's on the actual phone because they don't have a clue. And he's calling him the Sandman. That's the nickname that they've given Tim Mullen, Sandman, Domwell's handler.
Sandman.
Just gonna speed her up.
Only gone for 2 minutes. Or was it 45 minutes, 2 hours? Like, that stretches the timeline in a way where you're like...
And Benny's acting like this killed him. Do you know, he's turning on his friends and he's all caught up. If you know information, any information about a missing girl or Summer, then what's the big deal in handing all this over and talking? Why the... I don't get the pity party.
Whoa. Wait a minute here. But let me step back. I asked her...
Or is he just trying to say he's just come to that conclusion now and he's got it over it? I don't know.
if she met Don anywhere after she left Hunter's house. Because she told Hunter she stopped at a Marathon gas station and a Dollar General. There's only one of each of those coming from Hunter's on her way back home around the mountain. My friend Penny has done a very but yeah, because if you take those little, she said from the beginning that she did, only for 2 minutes. And where the hell was there ever time, Tim, for Grandma Candus to take a nap inside of all of this? There was never time, because they arrived, they started planting flowers, they fixed the brace, yada, 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 and then she comes up missing. What
Sorry about the sound.
Candus is saying now is
Get a bit better.
to Summer being missing. As changes about the same thing in just a few days. That's why I'm at the store here.
I wish Benny just released clean audio of this. Like, we didn't need to see him sit down, chain smoke joints into the camera for 2 or 3 hours, coughing and spitting.
That's why I'm staying so neutral. So, and I'm just letting it play out. If she's making up stuff, if she's telling truth, if we can talking, if she's not even talking about that moment. You know, she's just talking about some moment when she walked off, Summer busted her knee, you know. But yeah, because if you take those little pieces, the emotional person you talked to last night, you go crazy trying to piece it together. So when you add the piece of the nap, you don't just put NAP into the timeline. You've got to put an amount of time that is also automatically attached
disgusting,
to
like,
NAP.
it's disgusting.
The NAP, was it 2 minutes? Like Candus says she went over and she was only gone for 2 minutes. Or was it 45 minutes, 2 hours? Like, that stretches the timeline in a way where you're like, whoa. Wait a minute here. But let me step back. I asked her if she met Don anywhere after she left Hunter's house. Because she told Hunter she stopped at a Marathon gas station. And
So this is Benny now beginning to throw Candus under the bus to Tim, probably to suss out his own opinion, saying that he thinks potentially she met Don on the way back to the house.
the Dollar General. There's only one of each of those coming from Hunter's on her way back home around the mountain. My friend Penny has done a very extensive timeline of the time when she left Hunter and then came around that mountain to get back home, which included 2 stops, one at a Marathon, one at a Dollar General. She's never specified where these 2 locations were at. But when they're on the back side of that mountain down there by fucking H's house, the right side of the mountain where Donnie was also working. So Donnie was within 15 or 20 minutes of Candus, leaving hunters to go back home. So I asked her, I mean, my friend Penny even broke the time down and the paths of least resistance and has even come up with a spot that is like, when you look at any other spot they could have met, it's way too public. This spot was very conveniently exact. I mean, it's a spot theoretically they could have met to make a transfer. She says, no, that is.
Yeah. Oh, stop it, Benny, please. See what I mean about the thunder and lightning?
So, they arrived, they started playing flowers. Son will be missing. Yeah, she's talking about how when she walked off, Summer busted her knee, but yeah, because if you take those little pieces, the emotional person you talked to last night, you go crazy trying to piece it together. So when you add the piece of the nap, you don't just put NAP in, or was it 45 minutes, 2 hours? Like, that stretches the timeline in a way where you're like, whoa. Wait a minute. On her way back home around the mountain, my friend Penny has done a very, very, very extensive timeline of the time when she left Hunter and then came around that mountain to get back home, which included 2 stops. One at the Marathon, one at the Dollar General. She's never specified where these 2 locations were at, but when they're on the back side of that mountain down there by H's house, they're on the right side of the mountain where Donnie was also working. So Donnie was within 15 or 20 minutes of Candus.
15, 20 minutes. That's a lot shorter than what we might have thought originally.
When she was leaving Hunters to go back home.
On the way home from Hunters.
So I asked her, I mean, my friend Penny even broke the time down and the paths of least resistance and has even come up with a spot that is like, when you look at any other spot they could have met, it's way too public. This spot was very conveniently exact. I mean, it's a spot theoretically they could have met to make a transfer. She says, no, that didn't happen. So you got to take that with a grain of salt. So then you move forward past being down there, then back up on the hill. You say, well, could Don have come and taken Summer from the hill without you knowing about it? And she said, anything's possible. And I said, okay, we're to the point where
So he's telling him about the call the previous day and the third now. Or in the second. This is on the third.
anything's possible. What would have had to have happened in order to make the transfer? Like, not the transfer, but something would have had to have boiled over. Like, Don wasn't just going to leave work early one day, sneak up to his own house, steal his own daughter, and then take her somewhere. Like, no. In the realm, in the arena of possibility, anything is possible. But for that to be just so organic, there would have had to have been like there's a catalyst somewhere. It's a hidden catalyst. If you start to make that a thing, right? So, right, did not exist to this. This thing could be whatever it wanted to be.
Oh, I tried to.
Like the Cal City boys. The Cal City parents alleged that the boys went missing on X day. Now, the DA's released and said it was actually 90 days before they even reported them missing, they were already dead, right? So I tell Candus, I'm like, listen, Candus, there has to be, and pardon my French, there would have to be a badder motherfucker around that hill than you and Don that day. There would have had to have been a real monster around there somewhere. Someone that is a worse woman beater than Don, more neglectful to the children than Candus. And this person is just, we want to believe this person, Tim, is randomly waiting for a little girl.
So more abusive than Don, more neglectful than Candus. Hi Sarah, you're back. You can catch up there anyway on the notes on the on that, just what we took down from Tim's last call. So that was the call with Tim, or sorry, the call with Candus on the 2nd, and this is the call with Tim the following day.
That he can't even know exists unless he accidentally saw her or if he knew about her before. So if he knew about her before, that means Don and Candus would be able to boil down through the people they know. And all of these people would have been like, I'm going to be honest with you, Tim. Today, March 3rd, them people did something to their own daughter, friend.
I'll be honest with you, today, March 3rd, I think they did something to their own daughter.
There's no way around it. Those folks, like, even if they didn't do it themselves, they know who did something, Tim. Like, we just can't ignore the fact. Like, so let me get back to it. Hunter is the thing. He is the tie that binds. Without Hunter, you'll never see the girl alive that day. Hunter is the thing that makes someone alive on that day.
Sorry.
Camera stuff anywhere. In the very beginning, there was an eyewitness that said that the day Candus and all of them went to Warrior Park, that they had stopped in the hippie house, and that Summer had went in with her. We know that to not be true also because that shop is 18 or older. So legally, Summer couldn't even get in that store because they sell hemp products. So he knew immediately that for the lady to say that Summer had came in there and was on, the lady said she was on many of the surveillance cameras inside the store. So this was at like month 3. So Cam and them, that's how they found out it was Cam and Allie. I directed them to the hippie house. I said, you got to go in there. You know, we discussed how they were going to get the documentation of going in there. And I said, you can't go in there and film people. And you can't really go, you can go in there and record it, but you can never play it. You can only depict the likeness of what happened in the audio. You can't play it. So all of the things come together where you're like, okay, the lady at the hippie house, she said this Summer came in with her mom the day she went missing. But in her saying that, she's also admitting that the hippie house breaks its own protocol for allowing minors in the store. So that sort of makes it seem like it's credible. Like she came out with this information even though it's detriment to her own business and livelihood. So without that lady saying that she saw Summer that day, and without Hunter saying he saw the child that day, you even got Allie, who said she came out upon their arrival back, and she witnessed the child in the back asleep, and asked if she could wake her up, and Candus said no.
That's where it cut off from the first one, and now we've one more. Did you? Who was that? Listen to it last night. Yeah, I didn't take notes at all. Either last night, but I just have to. I have to do that sort of stuff. Otherwise, I'll forget about things and not be able to go back and cross-reference. Tim does get a bit weird in this one as well. Right, so our sound is going to be a small bit better here. You're still going to get him coughing and spitting and. Guys, I know loads of people who would smoke weed. No one like that. That's him grinding.
What he's talking, I told him, I'm like,
Just do the right thing. Do the right thing.
Just tell Candus do the right thing. Hand in the phone. Hand it in.
Hey, sorry, bro. I have to talk about baby. I'm not mad at you at all. Man, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
And what's up with Chris?
Huh? I don't know what's going on, but I'm really gonna fuck pissed off about it.
I don't know what. Chris texts me a whole bunch of crazy shit like I'm messing with some cameras and.
Wait, we're going back to Candus's call here. No, I don't want this.
I'm asking you for birth certificates. But I'm saying, but like Chris thinks he knows that Donnie's phone's been downloaded. That's what he told me. How does Chris?
Because Kim said that I downloaded everything off Donnie's phone. I went through Donnie's phone. Kim did this shit, dude.
So he went to, because clearly you know stuff I don't know about Tim. What is Tim?
Tim was going.
We're both done by Tim.
I have to go into the wrong one. I have to go on to Candus's one again. I forgot they were all done backwards.
Over and over and over. Standing with three other. There'd be no reason for Hunter to ever say,
Right,
this thing is completely changed. He'll never be the same. That's verbatim what they said. He'll never be the same. Well, why not? I mean, I understand that a little girl that you play in the cosmos and say she's like your sister, that doesn't mean shit to me. When he says, oh, she was like that, don't mean nothing to me.
Keep in mind though as well, Benny's saying that Summer's like his niece. He never met her. H did.
Because all them damn kids, you see Hunter standing with three other kids throwing up gang signs. So I guess those are like his brothers. So that don't mean nothing to me coming from Hunter. But they got that boy sequestered right now. He's sequestered. They done pulled him away. Now, they may be telling Allie and all these other people it's for this or that, or they may know exactly why he's where he's at. They're just not going to say it. Or at least maybe Andrew doesn't even really know. That boy's been sequestered. It's too convenient. It's like he's.
So he's saying H has been sequestered, so he's not in trouble, he's not in jail, he's just being kept away from everyone.
Still doesn't even have his phone back yet, Tim. TBI still has Hunter's phone. It has never been returned. Never. Why is that? I don't know. I never know that. But that's what we're dealing with here. Those are the actual components when it comes to, Don and Candus. Right? Now, have I told you about little Journey? You know about Journey, the little girl named Journey? Oh, hold on. Sorry. You there? Ah, there you go. Okay. Have they ever told you about the little girl named Journey? Hey, what about her? So Journey is
Okay, I'm just going to speed up a little bit. Do you think there could be any truth in that, guys? That he is sequestered?
if you listen to Chris, some people that haven't been searched. But I don't know that for sure. I just that's Chris saying that, So
The Chris, anyone is the PI, not Chris McDonough. Everyone's getting mixed up with that.
With what would I would assume, and from what I know about the search area, she didn't go down Ben Hill by Simpson Road because it starts to go uphill. Crazy grade change. And then once you get up to the top of that, which is about 200 feet elevation different than the intersection of Simpson and Ben Hill, you've got the whole slope.
No, he's not saying. Well, I think we all know that, Wishful, about the phone. H was saying that even in his interview with Chris McDonough, that they still have his phone, they never gave it back.
Going down the backside, she's got to traverse. Mind you, she's barefoot. We see her shoes on in the lawn right there. So we know know we can push the back edge of the search area basically up to Simpson Road. Everything else is going to have to deal with an exit out in a car. Like when you, so I did it over and over and over. They say a child, 5-year-old child, walks between 1 mile per hour and 1.5 miles per hour based upon athletic ability and focus. The child is focused on walking and can maintain that. So if you say that Candus called for the police about 1 hour after she actually went missing. So then you have to automatically stretch out this search radius on the Google Maps. Epicenter being the Wells. You go 60 minutes. That's how far they started out behind. 60 minutes. Then you had a 45-minute delivery time, right? So you're at 105 minutes from the time she goes missing till the time they get there. And they don't just get there and start, they don't know what to do. So they have to amass forces. They have to get a game plan. Don called essentially almost 2 hours later. She called Donnie. Donnie said, call the law. She calls. Donnie's call came in at 6:30, 2 hours later. So when you open up that search radius, man, that girl did.
I think Benny's figuring out now what a lot of us have a problem with since the start of this case. The timeline is screwed.
Wander away from nothing. There was nowhere for her to wander going down Ben Hill towards Simpson Road. Nothing back there for her. She can't even traverse it on foot once she gets towards the end of Simpson Road back there by where the grade changes the mountain. So it had to have been someone took her, but that's the thing. You've got a 2-hour window where Don is unaccounted for. We know the Starlink wasn't hooked up. We know that. He says it. I got Starlink. I got 7 alibis. You got none. It is some whiskey talk in there. But man, we know, Tim, Don doesn't turn into a complete liar when he drinks booze. He just talks too much. That's all. He didn't come up there on that YouTube and lie. I mean, so we know, okay, Starlink wasn't turned on. We know that part of his statement was true. So if he says, I've got 7 alibis, you got to kind of hone in on probably that's somewhat truthful as well. It's a 2-hour window that Don is unaccounted for when he's supposed to be on the way back from work. Now,
okay, I'll take that though.
You have to remember
he's really putting it on Tim here, isn't he, and showing his hand.
That while Hunter was with Summer, Don calls. Remember? Don calls Candus and says that there's somebody on the hill trying to cut up the boys. How could, and then Hunter laid it right out. Like, he wasn't smart enough to think of it on his own. His people coached him along, but they're like, how could Don know what's happening on the hill if he's at work? He can't know what's going on. The only explanation for Don knowing what the hell is happening with those kids. So then Hunter goes on to say what? What was the name? It was Andy, Andrew, Anthony. Well, we know it's Andy Bernard who lives over right across the street. But it's not Andy Bernard. Because Andy Bernard has been cleared of where he was at. His alibi, he was on camera at work. He was on camera at work. So it wasn't Andy. But Hunter didn't talk to Don. That's what Candus said.
And he is saying he's on camera at work. It's a big difference.
in the truck. He also said that Andy texted and said that it's done. And that Hunter said he read that. When she got out of the car, he grabbed her phone, got into it, looked at the pictures in the trash can, and saw a text from Andy.
Subscribers only, Fizzle.
Andy's name.
Subscribers only.
The first time he said Andy, Anthony, Andrew, something. So, who is the person Candus says is on the hill trying to touch the boys? It's not Jackie Dobbs. Jackie Dobbs was having issues with Jody Sue across the street with his own issue. Police been all involved in it. I mean, that wasn't just a situation that transpired.
I had it for a while, I can't remember. It's so useful.
Like, you see what I'm putting together here? Like, there's 2 hours. Now, let me tell you this, Tim. Depending upon the agency, anywhere from 45 minutes to 90 minutes is an acceptable window to be unaccounted for. Because when you add together fluff time on all these different actions that transpire in the day, when you add an extra 5 here, an extra 5 here, it could end up accounting for.
Okay. What all of this is going to lead to is the problem. None of these things are the problem. Currently, if you cannot just be patient and listen, then this
Well, Benny, if you uploaded your videos with a bit of context and in the right order, people might have been all right.
ain't for you. Okay? Can you be an adult? Why now? Why now? Because something changed. That's why now. You thought I was going to sit here and do whatever
The thing that changed was Benny was getting excluded from the group.
you thought I was going to do forever. This is about Summer Wells. This isn't about Don or Candus or fucking any of them. If you can't be patient, be an adult and remove yourself.
Window of time that you're desiring an explanation for, right? So
If you don't want to see the stone wall, turn now. Because it's a bunch of people
Skip over
that's
this a bit.
speeding right to it, about to crash out.
he legitimately was out of the loop for almost 2 hours. But he said he drove almost 90 miles an hour. And how long did he say it took him to get home? He said 45 minutes. 60 miles, remember? And he made it in 45 minutes. But he was out of the loop for 2 hours. He made the almost 2 hours later. If you're driving 90 miles an hour and you're only 60 miles away, you're getting there even quicker than 45 minutes. So what did you do for the other hour and 15 minutes? It's an hour and 15 minutes. I mean, that's not even give or take. That's on the conservative side, I would say. So when you put the house at the Meadows as a reverse kind of design, like, okay, so in what time could Don get away from the Meadows house in X amount of time? Well, when you draw that circle, holy cow, he could almost get home. I mean, he can get home. He can go past his house. So, in relativity, to be in that 2 hour window, the farthest Don could go out is 1 hour away from his house. She was taken from the house. So, essentially, what you're going to do is you're going to make a circle from the epicenter of Don's last job, the last house at the Meadows. And then you're going to put an epicenter at his house. And you're going to stretch these two out.
You know why I'm doing it. You know why I'm doing it.
In mileage based upon time. and they're going to overlap somewhere. And where they overlap is where I believe the data. I mean, because Don can only go, if he didn't go to work, Tim, he could only go an hour away from the house. Because it's an hour out, and it would take an hour back. That would cover the 2-hour window.
I'm done.
His mom has come out to the garage journal for a cigarette with him, so she's like, "Did Don do it?" He's like, "I don't know, I'm done."
But you got to look at it two ways.
In case you hear a second voice, that's Benny's mommy.
Did Don go somewhere and maybe dig a hole? That would have took extra time. So he wouldn't have been able to go an hour out. Would have been able to go, 30 minutes out, spend 30 minutes preparing a grave, and then 30 minutes back. That keeps him in. And I hate that I'm talking this way, but let's just be real for a minute. So, go ahead. You've got to make sense of the 2-hour window.
Tim isn't saying a word here no either. He's just taking it all in, or letting Benny spill what he thinks.
And I don't know how you do that because it's all concrete. Like things that I'm putting together for you right now are the reasons why Don and Candus have not been eliminated as a person of interest. You're trying to figure out, and especially for us as laymen, what in the hell is on Hunter's phone? They have not given that phone back. Why? He got a whole other replacement phone. It was his granddad's phone. I know every detail of this shit, Tim. It's a 2-hour window. And Candus created a scenario where someone created a scenario that called Candus, said someone was trying to touch on the kids on the hill. It was either an Andy or an Andrew or an Anthony. But we know that's not true because Andy Bernard was at work on camera. So who is Candus and Hunter trying to put on the hill? They're trying to put Andy Bernard on the hill. Andy Bernard was not on that hill.
I actually didn't know that was the second name. The only Andy Bernard I know is from the US office.
Was at his job. He was spotted on Beach Creek coming back that way. That's if you listen to Chris. So
that is interesting as well. That's not Chris McDonough again. That's probably Chris the PI. But they do talk about Chris McDonough here. So Andy was spotted on the hill on the way home from work. And Andy is telling people that he's on camera and work.
And who is he spotted by? Frank Light. I mean, come on. You got a child pornographer saying he saw a drug mule. I mean, it's like you can't even because then Andy turns around and says, "Yeah, I saw Frank Light on the road." Okay, so you both seen each other, but you don't even get caught up in that because that part doesn't even matter once you know that Andy Bernard was seen on camera at work. So that completely eliminates the whole call. It makes
I'm not going to talk about this now, but it doesn't because Andy is telling you that he was seen at work. You don't know that.
Non-call. So now you have to quantify: did Hunter lie about a call that came in from Don saying that there was someone trying to touch the kids on the hill? If so, why would he do that? Now, if he's doing that in a self-service fashion, well, then you might start to look at Hunter having looped back around and doing something. I don't see that. And he can't even Facebook right, for fuck's sake, without getting in trouble by his mom. No way he could have done something to this little girl and, stayed out of the way.
Right.
So you're back to it. Like, who did Candus say called and said there was someone touching the kids on the hill. Don. I mean, you loop right back into it. So it's Don. Don's supposed to be at work. Don's driving 90 miles an hour on these country roads to get home, but it takes him 2 hours. It takes him 2 hours to get there. So what you start to look at is, did he make it there? But there's just no forensic proof. Did he make it there? And, I mean, he would have had to have, Tim. He drove so fucking fast in his account. Got there with enough time to take the child from the hill, put her somewhere, and then come in, strolling in. Like, it's your first time there. Come on, man. Like, it's too much. The problem is when Don and Candus start talking about numbers, right? Which is definitely an understatement on this whole thing, isn't it? Yeah, like, when you start talking about times and distances and miles per hour, I'm not a mathematician on the fly, but I'm going to sit down and I'm going to put it together. And you can't, like, the numbers will never lie. The numbers can never lie. But they're all the time stretched. The numbers way past the envelope. Like, way past. Right? So, come on, man. I mean, render me an opinion based on him saying at 3:30, Tim. At 3:30, what did he say he did? Ran outside, threw his tools in the car, right? And headed home. What do you mean you were headed home at 3:30 going 90 miles an hour? You would have been there by 4:30 at the very latest. That's all.
Times, we're not worried about the times. This is getting to a point.
Hour. You didn't even make your call until almost 6:30. That's 2 hours. So what that means is that essentially, if he's throwing his tools in the car at 3:30 to rush home, Tim, from 3:30 until 6:30, almost squeak a whole other hour out of it. 3 hours, John is involved in the knowledge of what's going on, making a call, but still not home yet after 3 hours. What do you mean?
Once I heard him say, or maybe it was 4:30, something like that.
Okay, even 4:30, so that takes away that extra hour and still puts it back at 2 hours. You know this. You can never, 2 hours is enough to take down the World Trade Center building. That happened in 60 minutes. Like, clearly, whoever, like, 2 hours is too much time. But you see how you could almost burn 3 hours. Like, well, maybe it was 4:30, I don't know. Okay, well, let's say we take that hour back. Make the 3 hours work. You could never make 3 hours work. So let's give them the hour back and let's make it 2 hours. You still cannot make an hour drive at 90 miles an hour take 2 hours. There's a lie in there somewhere. And why is there a lie? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know why she might not want me to listen to you.
Who's that, Candus?
Yeah.
Man, we tell you what, Tim.
Trying to separate him and anything, you know.
I promise you, Tim, I learned how to tie my shoes when I was 3 years old. I'm looking at it. This is the way I've been looking at it, Tim. Like, there's no plausible way based on the numbers that we've all heard. And that's all I wanted to do last night was it wasn't even anything about yes or no. I wanted her to tell me numbers last night. I want her to tell me numbers. Tell me the numbers again. Because if I ask you all the same questions you've already answered with numbers, those numbers should still be the same. If those numbers change, well, now I've got to compute why answer A back then isn't the same as answer A now. It's different.
It's just about the cough. So he's talking about, I think, a conversation maybe that they were having with Candus the night before, asking her on the times. And we've all seen Candus move that time from when she's seen Jodie Sue. They're trying to close the gap from 3:30 to 6:30.
and then try to compute why what doesn't change, numbers, why it's changed. Should be no reason for any of these facts that ever change. Let me tell you what, when she was bitching about you at the phone last night,
When she was bitching about you on the phone last night. So he's just throwing everyone, slinging everyone under the bus.
said, and I have it on recording, she said, Tim took Donnie.
And that should have been a heads up there now for Tim. And I wonder, did he cop? When she said that last night, and I have it on recording, if someone said that to me on the phone, you're like, whoa, are they recording this call?
Yeah. And then Donnie gave Tim his phone to bring back. So when we asked about the phone,
The problem is here. The problem just got here.
acted like he had just found the phone. Yeah. So I'm like, well, why would Tim do that? Well, I don't know. And I mean, I texted and said I found it in the car is what I texted, which I had found it in the car because that's where it had been. But no, like I said, I did not want to venture into any of the territory, but this is Dawn's, and we had already done it once, and it wasn't working. So I had permission to do it because we'd already tried it, and I thought I've got to get it backed up. He asked you to do it?
So he said there he found the phone in the car and he wanted to get it backed up for Don.
We tried it at his house. So he already knew, because she made her and Chris make it seem like
Stonewall.
Donnie was completely unaware, or no one, like you had a nefarious reason for downloading the stuff from the phone. Don would not have known that. Don would not have known I did it that day because Don wasn't thinking. But because we had already tried to do it at his house, I did her phone that day, but his phone kept stalling and wouldn't work, and so he never got his pictures and stuff downloaded. So I wanted to get his pictures and stuff downloaded, and then finally I just said I'll just do a complete download back up to the phone through this goofy iPhone, whatever it is I had to put on my computer. And I did just a complete back down. And I set the phone down, and I'll tell you exactly what I was going to do. That phone would stay there if nobody had ever asked. And the second that Donnie got out of jail, I'd have handed it to him. So here's your phone. Because that is his private phone. Right, now check this out. We're all on the same team. And this is what really messed, and pardon my French, this fucked Candus up when I said it. I said, why would you and Chris be upset that Tim downloaded the information off the phone if we're all on the same team and we just want Summer to be found? Why would that be a problem? And they couldn't explain that to me. I said, what are you, because it seems like, what are you afraid of Tim seeing on the phone? Like, why is it a problem? It should be no problem. Like, the phone for terminology is backed up the phone. Backed up. Download some previous. Backed up the phone. I had to try it in 2 or 3 different ways because I was trying to stick apps on in order to get it. All you got to do is download iTunes. Well, that's what I finally found out. Remember, I'm a Droid guy. I can stick my Android up there and just boom, I've got it. And this thing, it was like stubborn, and it would give me 10 pictures and then freeze the phone. So I'd reboot the phone and get 5 more pictures, reboot the phone. And then I was getting frustrated, and I thought, my goodness, he probably wants his contacts, he probably wants his messages. I said, and then that's when I did a little Google search and put iTunes on there and just did it.
It does just seem like I'm have to say it a few times, but there's more stuff in there that I have interest in than the phone. That just seems normal to me, a backup. Looking at Tim and his website, I watched 1 or 2 of his vlogs about him talking about editing videos. He's kind of old school. I don't think he's as tech savvy as what he thinks. And I think it was probably just a standard iPhone backup, like he said, rather than downloading. But I don't know. Let me know what you think.
Back up. And that was it done. What could have been worried that Candus might have done something with the phone?
You mean myself?
Yeah.
Just a second. Hang on just a second. Okay, thank you. I'm in the store with my parents helping me and stuff. Instinct. It was just, I didn't think it through far enough, except I finished what we started to do, whatever it was at his house. I wanted to have it. It's his phone. Yeah. When he got out, I wanted him to have his stuff. That's his stuff.
No, I agree.
There were too many fingers, too many people walking in and out of that house. Steal that phone from Candus. I mean, these were going probably through my head at 10 miles an hour. But he was like, this is his stuff, and I'm his friend. I'm going to back up his stuff for him, period.
Yeah.
That's the motive.
Are you able to look at the data that's in the backup?
I think it's just one gigantic file. I'm sure there's probably some way to hack into it. I'm not really interested.
Well, so let me ask you a question. Why wouldn't we be...
I told her I was going to give her the backup.
No, I mean, hold on.
I told her we needed to back up her computer, too.
Do we feel like giving that backup to the TBI or the FBI is a necessity? I do believe at this point
that she's got phones, she can do the same thing. I've got to stay out of the case. If I venture into the case...
How big is that file?
I don't know.
Is it megs or is it gigs?
No. Oops, sorry.
He's obsessed with the phone and the backup. And I think a lot of it is coming back to Benny feeling left out with a click. Don didn't call him since he went to jail. Tim is in doing all media work, gets Don's phone. He's Don's go-to man. Trudy and Chris are doing their PI stuff, which Benny, I think, tried to say he was doing before. And there's a lot of stuff coming out, but I'm not too sure about how much weight I'd play on the phone, or don't know if there's mad incriminating evidence in that phone and Don giving it to Tim in the courthouse and telling him to do something with it and delete this and delete that.
Getting ice cream.
Oh God, sorry. He's disgusting.
I don't know. I didn't even look at the size. It's just once it was done, I went filing. I got his pictures, and his pictures I was able to get separate. I did, not all of them, some of them wouldn't work, but I got most of all his memory pictures.
I mean, you see what I'm saying, right? Like, your team, some are just like me. Like, I understand. I understand that, Tim. But the issue is that if there's something on the phone and you've downloaded it and you've not turned it over, you're complicit.
But no, this is
no, it's on your computer. You don't know what's in the phone.
I did not delete anything.
I understand that.
His phone for him. That's all I did.
But so what I'm saying is that we know that they're using the forensics. So if they used his forensics before, trying to pinpoint what he did prior and during the time she was missing, they certainly would want to know what's on the phone afterwards. And I feel like there's a real due diligence. There's a real due diligence to make sure that they can access that information, because you want to be able to at least say the answer's not in his phone or the answer is in his phone. But now we've got
their business. If she wants to turn his phone into whoever, all I told him was, starting when if you see anything after he went to prison, that's me trying to get his phone back up for him. That's all. Anything, nothing's been changed, nothing's been deleted. There's possibly an app I was trying to do that I pulled off his, you search for an app to try to figure out how do you back up, stuff. And if that doesn't work, and I deleted that. But
so, okay.
Nothing's been changed on that phone.
I believe it hasn't. But so the issue is that you have a copy of that has a copy of the data. I've already urged her to turn it into the TBI, and she's going to drink a bottle of whiskey today. She's never going to give that another thought. So my point is that you have the only active copy that could ever potentially reach the hands of the investigators. If you don't turn that in,
I mean, if they wanted it, and they specifically said
they don't know it exists. They don't know you have. They don't even know you have access to it.
I mean, Chris was turning it in for free.
Chris isn't turning in nothing. Chris told me that within a week, and this was 2 months ago, we had a long chat about Boogie, Jody Sue, and Andy. And I said, you got to get Jody Sue and Boogie.
He dropped his grinder.
Act like he had just found the phone.
Yeah.
So,
I wanted him to have it.
Trying to pinpoint what he did prior,
Trying to get his phone back up for him. That's all.
is that you have a copy of that data, and she has a copy of the data. I've already urged her to turn it into the TBI, and she's going to drink a bottle of whiskey today. She's never going to give that another thought. So my point is that you have the only active copy that could ever potentially reach the hands of the investigators. If you don't turn that in,
I mean, if they wanted it, and they specifically said
they don't know it exists. They don't know you have. They don't even know you have access to it.
I mean, Chris was turning it in for free.
Chris isn't turning in nothing. Chris told me
That's him walking into his
that
kitchen
within a
there or
week,
something.
and this was 2 months ago. We
Slow
had a
down a
long
bit.
chat about Boogie, Jody Sue,
And
and
he-
Andy. And I said, you got to get Jody Sue and Boogie and get them polygraphed. Now, Jody Sue isn't probably going to be a candidate for the polygraph by virtue of her chemical situations. But the son is. He's 19. Oh, I promise you within the week, we're going to have them questioned and polygraphed. Man, that man ain't turning in none of this shit, Tim. I am sure of it. I don't know what's going on with Chris and Trudy, but it can't be all of these complications with Trudy and these things that they're doing on WJHL and all these things they're stretching the truth about finding remains. Like, man, there is no integrity in any of that shit they're doing. Let me tell you what, at nighttime, Trudy gets together with Candus and Shannon and foul as shit to Prayer Garden or whoever is bashing the wells that night. That's not her job. In fact, I don't even like the idea that I know she's doing it because it's completely unethical for her to sit down in a WJHL segment and call herself a private investigator. That is no longer private, right? Like, you walk into the store and I'm like, hey, Chris, you're the private investigator that tried to give up your services for free on Evelyn Boswell case last year. It's not private anymore. It's clout. They're chasing clout. That's it.
Wow. Wow. Benny telling people that they're chasing cloud.
If they were chasing money, they wouldn't be here anymore. You can't tell me, huh?
Hadn't they already taken his phone and got everything off of it? And this is just the after.
Maybe
phone?
they did. But then again, maybe they didn't, and the answer's in there, and we're just holding on to it.
Well, they're the professionals, brother.
Listen, Tim, there's no way they could know that you have that data. There is no way they could know that you backed that phone up. But you have.
All they would have to do is call her and say, "Oh, we want that phone to look at it." I mean, if they want the phone, she's got the phone. If they don't,
But that's being uncooperative. Being cooperative,
I'm not being asked.
but that's the thing, though. in this situation, even if we're not asked, doesn't mean that we can omit information. You have to automatically, I'm not going to tell you what you should do, but I would automatically be in a huge rush to get that data from Don's phone to the police. For what reason? Well, the main reason is because if he had something to do with the disappearance, we could know. Second reason is because if we're friends with him, our mission is to get him cleared. And if that information can clear him, why are we not in a rush to give it to him? Like, I haven't really thought of this stuff, but do you see what I'm saying?
There's what information could be on the phone that would clear him. You can be like, oh, we've seen his phone that he wouldn't give to us, and this now clears you.
He's tucked away. They got him where he wants it. Right now, we're letting them play out their part. We gotta let them play their part. All these things, we gotta let them play it out. I still have hope that it's a time-sensitive situation. I still have hope that, let's say, for instance, if the data from that phone is the thing that could find out where this girl is, and if she's alive, she doesn't have to spend another minute living in the hell that God chose for her to live in. I mean, we could see the hell they forced her to live in on that hill. It was hell. So I can't imagine that he would usher his child off to somewhere better than his own care, which his own care was shit. So we have a real dude, like, I still have hope that the girl is alive. I have to. Because at this point, like, for what? It's because I chose this little girl over my own family, and now I can't let it go. And I keep trying to find any reason to let it go, and then I encounter them, but I still can't let it go. Like, I can't get her to think she needs to take that phone in. While at the same time, I would lay off that. I really would now. I mean, I just need to lay off the whole thing. If you venture too far, I just need to lay off the whole thing, because people have information that they're not in a rush to take to the police. I can't be involved in that no more. No, like, that's what I say. It's not my place. It's hers. That's what we got to let it play out. We just got to let it get. You told her. So now, I'm telling you too, Tim. Good counsel. I'm telling you too, Tim. What if we get to the end of this thing and we find out that you got the data that had the answer in your computer, and we just chose to never turn it in because that's not our corner? I don't think that's. How do you know? How do you know? You can't know that unless you went through. But you can't know that that's not a concern unless you went through the phone already. So if you went through the phone already, just say you went through the phone and there's nothing there. That would be an acceptable answer for me to stop asking why we're not trying to rush this shit to the police. I know it's hard for you to believe. I saw a few texts that some people sharing on Luke going, oh, good grief, that's sharing job. But the phone had messages that came in. I didn't open them. I want to get his pictures for him, which turned out to be a huge frustration because his phone just wouldn't. You know what? I completely agree. If just removing the photos, you could have just created a Google Drive for him that you had access to and downloaded everything from the phone. I have not.
I know people won't like this, but if your daughter's missing and your other kids are taken off you and you're in jail, and the only really memories you have or will have is photographs, you'll probably be keen to get those backed up.
But I'm saying though, like, just because I understand, but when you backed up the phone, yeah, you exposed yourself to possibly holding the key. If it was just pictures and videos, that's one thing. There's not ever going to be, you would think, an answer to the case in the picture pictures and videos unless he took pictures and videos
I'm not sure what Benny thinks is on the phone.
of what he could have potentially done.
Or is the phone an excuse just to do a 180?
But you did, in fact, you grabbed other media or other, you grabbed other stuff. You grabbed other information. So I would, as a friend, say there's no good way in good conscience that you couldn't turn that into the police if we're all about Summer, because she's not going to turn it into the police. And you have to ask yourself why. Well, okay. Why are you right now talking? So hang with me. It's two people don't want to turn this into the police. I just want to, I understand. I have a very limited understanding at this point of why you won. Because you tried to stay out of the case, but when you intercepted the backup, it put you in it. And so now I would just say, you know, you are a very decent man. And I would ask you to think about this very extensively, because if the key is in the data you've backed up in the phone, I have to let you know you are complicit in it in terms of forensically moving that data to your computer. You don't know if he has child porn in that phone. You know nothing about what he's visited on that phone, but you have all that traffic now in your computer. And as I understand it, you haven't went through any of it. So you can have 87,000 links to pornography in your computer right now that you can't see, but are there in the metadata. If they come for your computer, you've got those links in your architecture now. You can't get rid of them. It's in there. That you can delete that file, the Apple file, whatever the Apple file is.
He's trying to put the shits in him.
Huh? I said he would be in that Apple file, whatever they do when they do a backup. Yeah, but guess what?
And that's him. He's like, I don't have a clue. It's just a one Apple backup file.
Pictures that Donald Turkey Jr. got caught with, they came from someone else's camera too, someone else's computer. That's how they get past, Tim. They don't have any idea of what your motive is unless you tell them. Right? Exactly. That's the thing. If they organically come to you, like let's say they come for that phone, all Candus has to do is say, Tim Mullen has a copy of the phone too. Yeah. So now they're going to come over there and they're going to say, why do you have this in your computer, but you never brought it to us first? What people are involved in? That's what they'll tell you. I said because I told Chris, and he's an investigator, and he said he was doing that. I can't blame it on Chris, though. You'll still be in trouble. I mean, you can try to blame it on Chris from the jail, but it's not going to work. Because you're in physical possession of whatever's on. You've now taken that man's trust, and you put it in your life in a way. But even then, if you're harboring data from his phone that you haven't willingly turned over, that could be a problem for you. I'm just being honest with you. You don't know. You have no idea to know what you like. So this is the deal. If I back up your phone and you got child porn in your phone or links to it, and they become hip to the fact that I got your data on my computer, they're going to come over and find the same thing in my computer as in his phone. And it doesn't matter how it got there. You willingly uploaded it to your computer. That's intent. All you got to do is reach intent. And next thing you know, you're going for a preliminary examination to find out if they've got enough evidence to move forward with a trial. In forensic evidence, you know, in all of this, like, Tim, I want to tell you, you're kind of in between a rock and a hard place, potentially. Now, I don't want to say my friend Don has these things on his phone, but I'll tell you what, my friend Don elbows his old lady in the face, and he, diddles his sister when they're young. Like, we've talked about his sexual deviance. We've talked about the potential of him sneaking away, smoking crack, and...
You're just going to skip forward here now, I think, is it?
Yeah. I mean, I love you, brother. And I'm not trying to be weakness to friendship. That's for sure. That's it. Weakness to friendship. And because I love you like I do, I got to be stiff about it. Like, that dude is a sexual deviant. Let me tell you what. He doesn't just drive to Knoxville and try to find crack. And he's got crack dealers all in his phone. What does he do when he's out there? All kinds of sexual deviism. Well, if he doesn't have a hooker with him, what is he doing? Smoking crack, looking at pornography from his phone. So all of that stuff is in that phone. It's on your computer right now. You know Don is involved in the underworld with the drugs and the people that go with the drugs. I mean, all of that is in your computer now. So I would say that in order to clear yourself, you would have to go there and just say, man, look, this is the situation. Because I'm going to tell you what, she don't want to take the phone up there. And I don't know why she wouldn't. Especially when 2 days ago, the sheriff just got through saying they're being uncooperative. So if she knows her husband didn't have anything to do with it, that's what you do. You just rush up there like, Sheriff Lawson, here's Donnie's phone. Please, I'm trying to be cooperative. Run through it, please. Man, you
Like, why would they? If they wanted a phone, they can get the phone.
would tell you would
Do you think they thought that Don had no phone?
load up every single device you have trying to be cooperative. You wouldn't just call the dudes and say, come over here and video me saying, I'm being cooperative. Well, guess what? Candus didn't even go on the fucking thing. So she was being uncooperative, even with the media. She treated a scenario. Like, how silly is that? I don't know. Like, I want it to be one way. But unfortunately, with the way that I have researched this thing, Tim, it can't be. What we're looking at is a scenario, unfortunately. Now, let me check this out. Don says they're abducted. There is no proof of an abduction, and there's no signs of foul play. What does he say? It's a very real possibility she wandered away from her home and became lost in the mountainous terrain surrounding her home. That's verbatim. I got that down. How could Don and Candus be called not cooperative when the
I
sheriff
paid
thinks she wandered away
1.25 now. Just try and
after
get through
8.5
some of this.
months
But it
of
does.
her wandering away?
I know he's Miranda just talking about the phone there, but it does get a bit interesting again.
How can he fix his mouth to say they're uncooperative? There should be no changes. I mean, you let them come back. I mean, you welcome them to come back and give you any update. How, in a wandering off, can a parent be found uncooperative 8 months later? Doesn't work. It's like saying I don't even know how to. It's just the craziest logic. You know, it's like saying the dog ran away, but I took him in the truck and drove him around the corner to do it. That doesn't even make sense. How are they being uncooperative in a case that you've already said they don't know anything about it? Dr. Phil said, they don't know anything about it. Behavioral panel, they don't know anything
Tim
about
is still
it.
there, yeah.
Ronnie Lawson
Tim does a bit of talking now as well
just said they
himself.
know something about it. They're not being cooperative. What that means is that theoretically, they've been asked a question or some questions and they've refused to answer them. At the very least, right? Evoking your Fifth Amendment right to be silent, right, also equates to being uncooperative. So, I asked, what is there to be uncooperative of if the running game is that she wandered away? You don't have any information about, like, what information could you even give that would be uncooperative if you don't know where she went? That's Ronnie Lawson telling on himself, trying to be tricky on the fucking thing. Because what he just said is they know, but they won't tell us. They're not being cooperative. Well, where'd that come from? Because 7-8 months ago, you said it's the very blah 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 mountains, around her house. That's like telling me I know where my dog ran away to. Well, if I knew, why would I be asking for your help? And if I knew, if you continue to ask me the same questions you've been asking me, I'm going to tell you the same answers again. I don't know. Them 3 words don't change in 8 months, 8.5 months. I don't know. Now all of a sudden they're doing 2 searches back to back. They did. I was told they did a little extra searching on a 3rd morning, and so we got 3 searches, and we got in saying that they're not being cooperative. That's a complete change. He just honed in on them as suspects. That's what he did. He didn't say everyone's not being cooperative. He says the parents aren't being cooperative. Guess what? He just cleared Jody Stu, Andy Bernard, Jackie Dobbs, Frank Light. He just cleared everyone and put his scope directly on the parents. That's it. I mean, it's a play on words, but it's just logic and critical thinking. When you look at it, like, okay, that's what he said. And these people are using the media to pass messages to each other instead of talking. Candus goes on the air the next day. He's on the air before, on the day after. Like, man, who's not doing what? I guarantee you it ain't gonna be the police. It's gonna be Candus and Don. He's turned on them. I'm telling you. And I told you from the very day that I was up there, and then police came and interacted with them about the trespassing while I was there in Macklin, the little short one, the bald head. Lieutenant Macklin, there, I'm here. Okay. Lieutenant Macklin, he was treating them like shit. As soon as he got out the truck, he was treating Graham and Candus real bad, and immediately I was like,
Terry, I'll do my best to try and mute it, but there's a few getting through every now and again.
he knows they did, he just can't prove it. Can't prove it yet. Wasn't no reason why he was supposed to come up there and treat Graham and Candus like shit. He told her, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We're still trying to find baby Summer, and I'm so sorry these people are here bothering you, man." But he got out the car and was like, "Yeah, no, we're not doing none of that." Treated her like shit. And I told you, I wanted to know if Macklin was just a dickhead. So when he looked at me at a point, I nodded. He walked over to me with me towards the telephone pole in the shed, and he was like, "Hey, what's up?" Like, Macklin's a very decent man. He just doesn't treat Candus and Graham and Candus good. Because, in my opinion, he knows he just can't prove it yet. I mean, can you imagine Madeline McCann's parents calling and saying there's people trespassing? They would come over and say, "Oh, McCann's, I'm so sorry. What can I do to service you?" They didn't want shit to do with the wells. They don't want shit to do with the wells. They aren't treating out. Cliff Edwards, he came up on that hill, and he was a very, very decent man. But what he did is he just came in as the good cop. Now, Macklin is a bad cop, and we know him as a good cop. So, I don't know, right? But if you look at it the way I just explained it to you, there is no reason in a wandering away case that a sheriff could ever come back and say they're not being cooperative. You can't be uncooperative in something you don't know about unless you actually know about it. So, how can you... Regardless of all everything we discussed, and a job you couldn't control. They were like, his nose. He was treating like shit as soon as he got out.
Betty's gone back out to the garage for a joint. It must be about 6 or 7 minutes since he had one.
The truck, he was treating Graham and Candus real bad, and immediately I was like, he knows they did it, he just can't prove it. Can't prove it yet. Wasn't no reason why he was supposed to come up there and treat Graham and Candus like shit. He told her, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We're still trying to find baby Summer, and I'm so sorry these people are here bothering you, man." But he got out the car and was like, "Yeah, no, we're not doing none of that." Treated her like shit. And I told you, I wanted to know if Macklin was just a dickhead. So when he looked at me at a point, I nodded. He walked over to me with me towards the telephone pole in the shed, and he was like, "Hey, what's up?" Like, Macklin's a very decent man. He just doesn't treat Candus and Graham and Candus good. Because, in my opinion, he knows they did it. He just can't prove it yet. I mean, can you imagine Madeline McCann's parents calling and saying there's people trespassing? They would come over and say, "Oh, McCann's, I'm so sorry. What can I do to service you?" They didn't want shit to do with the wells. They don't want shit to do with the wells. They aren't treating out. Cliff Edwards, he came up on that hill, and he was a very, very decent man. But what he did is he just came in as the good cop. You got Macklin as the bad cop, and we know him as the good cop. So, I don't know, right? Like, but if you look at it the way I've just explained it to you, There is no reason in a wandering away case that a sheriff could ever come back and say they're not being cooperative. You can't be uncooperative in something you don't know about unless you actually know about it. So how can they pass a polygraph but now not be cooperative? Did they actually pass a polygraph? I don't know. I'll tell you this: Hopkins County, they have no way of knowing if they passed the polygraph. Oh, they were just told by the TBI. TBI gave that test. They just relayed the results to Lawson.
I wonder, is that true? Hawkins County have no way to know and just relay that to basically, the reason I'm asking that isn't the polygraph or the results, but just the interrogation. Would that mean that, I don't know, sometimes I wonder in this case, is there too many chefs in the kitchen?
So then Lawson, you never heard TBI say, oh yeah, they passed polygraph. You heard Dr. Phil first, and then you heard Ronnie Lawson the next night back it up and say the same thing. You've not heard nothing, right? Anything you've heard from Ronnie Lawson that is stuck out as a keynote phrase is they are not cooperating and they've lawyered up. How can he say they lawyered up if they didn't lawyer up? That's because they have, Tim. They had to have. I've heard in so many strange conversations since I've heard that. There's questions I asked her where she now says, I can't talk about that.
And we did hear one of those the night before, so what Benny's saying here is that Candus is lying about lawyering up.
All the time, Tim. Yeah, I mean, it's been that way with me for a long time, that's why. But not me. That woman will tell me what color her poop is today. All of a sudden now, she don't want to talk about none of this stuff. Last night, I had to use psychology on her to get her to talk to me. I had to do a push and pull. I was like, listen, I can't do this anymore. You got weird stuff going on with Tristan Trudy, yada, yada, yada. I'm taking a step back. And she's like, fine. Fuck me, those motherfuckers. And I mean, we went through it. And then she started calling. So then I called her back. Then she would text me, why are you calling me, bro? I would be like, Candus, you're playing a fucking game. I'm done. So, I don't know, sometime later, and she is just soaked. She's loaded. And I saw it as an opportunity, and we went through it. And I'm telling you what, she's got a gut feeling he's going to hurt on her. And that's why Donald's been put on the island. That was the other thing that happened in that news reporting.
So he's telling Tim now that Candus has a gut feeling that Don has turned on her, but he was telling Candus the night before that Tim and Don have turned on her.
The video of WJHL with Graham Candus. They put Don on the island, and I asked her about it in just that terminology, that same vernacular, verbatim. And she said, and I quote, Donnie's on the island. Now you've got Candus Sr. saying she can't answer for Candus. And
Brenda, yeah, he's completely turned on everyone there last night. This has been a long one. I said the other day that I wasn't going to have long streams anymore, but
you got Candus saying she can't answer for her mom.
It'd be too hard to explain. You'd have to go back to the start.
And then you got them saying they can't answer for Don. They've been answering for each other this whole time. Now all of a sudden they do a couple searches and she can't talk no more. Well, doesn't want to willingly talk. Right? I've been using a quote unquote friendship as leverage to get her to talk to me. Because I start seeing these things that are poking up now that I've brought to your attention. And there's the sort of things that pop up in cases where the parents are involved. You can't make no sense out of any of this. It just isn't, right? Like, this is the deal. I've been saying for a long time now. People would reach out to him and say, and I quote, I've been contacted by the police recently. They've pinged my phone and come over to talk to me. They say I was somewhere around the general vicinity. I don't know what the whole radius would be. Maybe inside of 20 miles over. Half months. I've got to be certain. They pinged every damn phone that was ever in that area. so simple now. Like, they pull up the area and start scrolling through the times. They just see all these dots and click on them. Okay, this person was here. It's like nothing. So you have to quantify it. Like, how could it be nothing? Well, maybe somebody. Oh, hello? Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. So you're like, how could all this pinging of these phones, right? Don was saying that people had contacted.
He's going harder, isn't he? And still, we're a while into this one, and I don't know, is he opening up so much because he's desperate to get him to open up as well. Guys, thanks so much for the super chats there. I really appreciate it. And Lens, I'm so lucky here. I'm blessed with the chat that I've had and always had. I've some great mods, some great people popping in, popping out. And we just get rid of any weasels, really. I think a chat can tell a lot about the channel and the creator. I've seen other channels that have great chats as well, and I'm envious of those people and keen to do the same thing here.
Him and said that the police have contacted them and then came and seen him and said they pinged his phone and whatever. Like, in 8.5 months, man, they pinged everything in huge radiuses around that house and talked to a lot of people. Right? So, what does that lead you to believe? It leads you to believe that potentially somebody had a situational awareness to not take the phone with them when they did what they did. So that you're not going to be able to line the physical flesh with where the phone is. Now in America, we automatically assume that the body is wherever the phone is. Not the other way around. Not that the phone is where the body is, it's the body is where the phone is. So if you don't take the phone, in this day and age, you're scot-free. If you're not on a camera, you're not on a phone forensics, and the third one, you don't come on yourself. You get away with every crime known to man with just those 3 components. Because once they got you on a camera or on a ping, you can say forever until you get out of prison that it wasn't you. It's you, right? Like, you can't refute that. But when you leave the phone somewhere else and you go do your thing, now we had the emergence of a 2-phone scenario by Candus. She even went so far as to say that she did what with her phone? Do it in the back of Donnie's truck. Why did she throw her phone in the back of Donnie's truck? So when they took the phones from them, it would have looked like Candus got in a vehicle. It's time. They're able to decipher who drives what by looking at this stuff. So they deciphered that potentially her phone was in a vehicle where his phone was at. Or do you remember when Candus went to the police station and they told her, hey, we know you left that hill 2 times.
So they told Candus, we know you left that hill 2 times.
She swears up and down she didn't. But the police know different. They told her, we saw you leave the hill twice by your phone. And she was pissed the fuck off about it. So that's already inconsistent in itself. Right? We know.
Justin, I've been very good to you.
I don't know who he's
You
talking
need to
about.
turn it off or I'm going to strike you.
Someone restreaming him probably last night, was that?
She doesn't even refute it now. It's just part of the story she can't explain, and everybody pitches her
I thought it's about Summer, though. Are you striking people?
softballs and they let her make it. They don't pin her down about where did you go? Because if you didn't meet Don after you dropped off Hunter on your way back around the mountain, then you left the house a second time like they said you did. And when you left the second time, the child had to have been with you. Had to have been. Because if the child wasn't with you when you left the second time, then that means you left the child at the house. It then could mean that could have been the window somebody came there and took her when they knew she wasn't there, or when she could have told someone, I'm leaving now. Man, Tim, these people, they're involved, man. Like, I've been trying to get them out of it. And I would never go online and say this stuff. Like, I'm just going to ride it out. And then when they get to the end and they figure out Don and Candus did it or had a hand in it, then the stupid internet gets to say, oh, look at Vinny, you were wrong.
I think this is the part where he says Chris McDonough has learned from him. So he's trying to say he knows they're involved. He's going to get shit online.
I wasn't wrong. Even if I knew they did something, which I don't, but even if I knew that going into it, it doesn't mean that I would do anything different than I do now, which is, I mean, they're out of jail. So the law thinks today they're innocent. They go to jail tomorrow, then, I change with the police. Right? So, man, this is, it's bad. Now, there is a saving grace. There's a saving, like, what I have seen is I've seen these moments where Don is actually suffering. And it looks like he's suffering guilt. Now, we know you can mistake grief, and it can look like guilt, or guilt can look like grief, or fear can look like excitement. Because, they're hard to identify, right? So a whole bunch of this stuff, like, you got to try to find any other missing case. The people were drinking and drugging like this after their kid left. She's supposed to be in rehab right now to get those kids back. She's telling me she's in rehab at her house. We know that's not the truth. And she can't tell me the truth anymore to save Summer. Because she can't. There's no reason for me to catch her in 20 lies a day. I've been telling you for a long time how she lies to me. And at what point do we say, listen, she's lying because she's involved? I mean, I haven't lied to nobody during this whole thing. I don't have a reason to lie. They have reasons to lie. And I don't anymore just chalk it up to it's their pathology. Like they just lie about silly stuff just to lie. Well, that might be so if their kids weren't gone. But now you have this crazy responsibility to be completely transparent and truthful if you decide to come to YouTube. Nobody made these people come to YouTube. They chose this route.
I wonder, has Benny seen Tim and Candus popping up on YouTube as well? Candus has more subs than him. I wonder, did that play into it a small bit?
They came here and they filled the YouTube full of a bunch of lies. That's what they did. That's the part. Just letting them play. I mean, they have to play. That's why when I said 360 degree, it's kind of like, wow, we finally got back to where in the dream world would have been on June 23 or 22. We're back to that spot. Right. And it's kind of like, when that spot was there then, I didn't exist. And when that spot's there now, in many ways, I don't exist. Right. Except, the son did, contact me and you can, got any comments or statements about what they're saying. If I just sent them the link that I put on the media, somebody texted or acted like they were somebody who knows who they are. Do you have a comment on this? Like you say, with the fakes that are out there. So it was very generic. I said, don't get in the case. Here's the situation. I said, I'm like everyone else. I said, maybe the sheriff will expound on the meaning of the words that he used, and we'll all have a better understanding. Just staying right at that spot. But it's the 360 is okay. Now it's there. It's their show. It's their, whatever you want to call it. I hate to use the word show and game. It's their event. It's their. I think that I agree with you, but I gotta say, I think it was at 360 weeks ago when she just started coming on people's channels. Now she's created her own channel, and it's past what Don did, right? Don never had any interest in having a channel and doing all of that. Like, Candus does, and she's not doing it correctly. She's doing it very irresponsibly.
I said, Candus, if she chooses to go into that arena, this is what comes. I said, I can't get around it. I said, it just makes me a nervous man. And I said, that's why I was so grateful Benny could just take care of that. And it's a jungle that gets me all unraveled.
I mean, you see the Ernie Shell situation, right? Like, seriously, Tim. I mean, I know you asked me once or twice, was there anything I could do about Ernie? And I know that she's asked me many times in the recent past, we got to do something about Ernie. Like, now I got that fool. Like, I went over and told him today, like, hey, bro, like, I got him to the point where he's ready to fucking kill himself. He's wandering around in traffic. He's getting locked up in jail. Like, and when she sees
Benny hates Ernie. I don't want to go too into it because I don't think he's much relevant yet, but Benny hates him, didn't want Candus anywhere near him, and Candus has been popping up in his panel, and I think he was over at the house as well. Something about a bag of dildos at the end of the hill, and they were blaming Ernie for doing it. I don't know.
Is this stuff happening to him that's terrible? She's enjoying it. And I get it, but he's done really bad things to me and said really nasty things about my son and my family and my ex-wife, my mother. But that doesn't mean that I'm enjoying watching the very dark things that are happening to him. Like, some of this stuff is funny, but a lot of it is like super dangerous, and she's getting a kick out of it. And it's like, hold the phone. Like, she would be okay with me continuing on. And I finally reached a point where I knew that I broke Ernie's shell, where again, man, I went over there this morning and was like, dude, I apologize, bro. Like, even if it's all an act that he's doing, man, a certain portion of what I've seen in that man's eyes, he's not lying to these people when he says, Benny Keys did this to me. And I didn't make him do no drugs. And I didn't make him wander around in traffic 2 days in a row and get locked up or none of that. But I did put pressure on his life that would create diamonds. You know that. I went so hard on this man's head, and now it got to a real point where the man is, this man jumped into a cab, Tim, so screwed up on drugs. There was another man in the cab with him. He's on live. Ernie is. The black guy sitting next to him reaches in to get his money to pay the cabbie, and Ernie flips out thinking the black dude's pulling a gun on him. I mean, I've broken that man's mind. And she is enjoying every moment of it. Like, she originally told me that I asked her, I said, has Ernie ever been over to the house? She said, no. Then the next day, she calls me telling me that her mom saw Ernie down at the bottom of the driveway, and that now there's this bag of dicks, the dildos. And so initially she told me that the dildos were put into a trash can up by the house, meaning that someone would have had to sneak up there and put the dildos in the trash can. Then the next day she tells me, well, no, they were actually down at the bottom of the driveway, but she picked them up and put them in the trash can. And so she's like, yeah, it was Ernie Shell. And I'm like, well, hold on, man. Like, I asked you last night, has he ever been over there? You were like, no. Now today, you're saying that you can. She even went so far as to tell me she called the police. And when they got there, they were like, where's he at? And she was like, well, he already left. Man, that man ain't been over there by her house. She keeps saying he is, and then he brought these dildos over. Say,
this is part of not just, I'm separated from everything. This is part of the play out. pretend there's something wrong with. This is just a scenario, may not be it at all, but just a scenario. Let's say there's something wrong with Candus's mind, and this is what she does. These kind of stories, these kind of dramatic things, these kind of calls that are saying that she's being strangled.
I missed that one, sorry.
They just didn't get there until 3 or 4 hours later.
And all that stuff's possible. This, to me, this is what they're watching. I mean, this would be like Chris McDonough's skill set, okay? This is what you watch, what they do when the scenario changes. In her case, suddenly, John wasn't there to basically control the situation. Yeah. And so they have to manifest what they're like because nobody's got to see what they're like because nobody saw what they were like before Summer disappeared really very well, except, some of the child stuff. So it's all like, that's why I said 360. It's back to the spot to where we're almost onlookers to watch what these two women do. Doesn't mean they're wrong, bad, good, but let their emotions, let whatever they need to do. Scramble, however they scramble. Go where they need to go. Because now, to me, this is when they're being watched so close by the PBI. And I don't even want my shadow to get into this part, because this is the case that's in action almost. If she calls, I just try to be friendly, nurture, or laugh if she laughs or whatever. Just kind of like we always do with Dawn. But I want the TBI to be able to see it in its raw form. And you can't. And let me tell you something, Tim. Since you're in right now while this is unfolding, because this could be the answer. And now you're on the front lines of YouTube, so you're in the digital world that's active. It's real active on this. But in many ways, you're still a distance because you're in the digital world. You're not in the real world.
I think this is where Benny takes offense to maybe Tim talking about Chris McDonough, and then he starts telling us all how Chris McDonough learned off him.
World is the case. If you show up on her property, that might be risk. To show up now and actually be there, that might be risk. Just because they're studying the case now and the play out of it. But your digital world's the digital world. You're pounding and popping and lopping and, just kind of, you're having to deal with this insanity that's never quit. I don't see how you do it, to be honest. It's killing my guilt for it. It's killing me. I mean, it's stressing every relationship I have. It's murder. It's murder my marriage. That and other things. But just was like, man, and then it's I don't know. It's a lot. No, it is. We ventured in as friends, and we ventured in not with a purpose. I'll speak for myself. Not with a purpose to solve the case, figure out the case, find any clues. I had to stay separate. I'm just the guy dealing with that. Then they become friends because they're friends. It doesn't mean. I mean, who knows? I think I'll talk to Dawn again. But maybe not.
That pop is Benny getting some weed out of his jar.
I don't know where all that leads. But I gave him all my genuineness. I couldn't be deceptive with it. I barely even stuck a toe slightly into the deceptive side. It would be like I could kill a baseball bat, hit me in the stomach, say, don't do that. Well, I'll back up, because it was basically both of us. Our key thing has been just blocking that insane digital entertainment industry from wreaking havoc on people who have no ability to even know the slightest way how to. every answer till I'm boring.
He's just moving around in the 2 seconds.
They were like, they did 8.5 months. She's supposed to be in rehab right now to get those kids back. She's like, yeah, it was already shell. And I'm like, well, hold on, man. Like, you can be there for them and help them through until the real thing happens. And that's like, girl found a court case. You know, that's the real world. Yeah. I mean, they definitely could have continued to do what they were doing and what she is doing now. They just wanted to do it in front of an audience. That's all. Like, that part is super weird. Like, you know, like a lot of parents go right into hiding almost. Like, they just don't deal with any of the outside world. They deal with their child's case. They deal with the police. They work their job. But, like, this is like rock star status. Like, look at it. You know, like,
well, yeah. And I don't know if anything would have been different. I mean, I'd have to go back and find out the exact pattern. That's kind of why I'm making those videos I'm making, because I'm trying to just sort in my own mind.
That was Benny's mommy talking to him again. And Tim Noah was talking about the videos that he's making on YouTube. He's just, I was saying earlier on, I think he's just going for like a walk in a park, and he's going back over all his involvement in the Summer Wells case. He's saying it helps his memory. Talking about when he first met Don, when he first met Candus, all that kind of stuff. It's pretty boring. I think Tim thinks it's amazing.
You know, and hearing all the crazy stuff, but I do kind of still lock it down on Chris McDonough. I'm not holding it against him. It's just what happened then, and it's happened, and it's unfixable, really.
yes,
and he was a top-end professional who got on the property.
So he's very angry with Chris for Chris turning on Don and Candus.
But then he behaved with it like he was the TBI. That was his mistake. And when the second he started accusing, it lit the fire of all these other crazies that came on the scene. Now, they may have come anyway, and Don may have stirred them up anyway. But at that point, they were very vulnerable. I mean, Sheila, come on. Yeah, come in. Come in the house. Yeah. She had no shame. This was her home. No shame to show him. And so, yeah, if he had just kept it at that, you know, yeah, everybody would have probably started taking it apart, and because he, you know, hadn't done that, because that's just the curiosity. But that was the initial. When I go back and look, that's who they were. They were totally open to this thing that was about to hit them, that would overshadow and dwarf whatever happened with their daughter. Even if it was something goofy that they may have even shared. We got together and said, we got to tell. Once that hit, no way. Because now you're dealing with all your emotions of half the world thinking you're insane in your mind or crazy and tearing you down. And you're like, the last thing you're going to do is step up there and go, yeah, this happened. So to me, it's that point, because I know that night, that person that night, you know, told me they had seen her. And I hadn't communicated a lot with Don, but enough. And I let him know. His immediate response, I mean, I could feel it on the phone. My legs were shaking in the store. You could tell this is a dad who just heard something about maybe some hope. And boom, just like that, I had a detective calling me that I didn't even know he was a private eye. Chris, I didn't know he existed. And I get this call, hi. He goes, hello, and you know, I went, private investigator, they got a PI. I was like, oh, there's a normal guy here. And but Don wanted that child. Where is she? That was his response. Now, I just can't grasp that he's that great of an actor. That he might be. That's
95 to 90%, 7% of these children that go missing, they go missing by the hand of their own parent.
Yeah. all data, all stats. And I had to look and say, these people, and that's really what the video that they start showing. I was just, hey, Robin, I mean, if Robin didn't exist, it really wasn't weird. But when you see that I knew Robin, then I had this idea, I think it would help them because they're getting pounded just a place they could fix stuff. You know, the normal person would go, yeah, okay. Hey, thanks, yeah. And they'd be Donnie will never even look at the website till I was at their house way later. I thought they were looking at it. But usually Robin would say, I'd say, would they like this posted? She'd say, Candus could go ahead. And they said yes. And so I'm doing all this for probably a month almost, or longer than that. Thinking they're always looking at it like I would do, you know. And when I was at their house and realized they hadn't even looked at it, that's when I realized how totally.
Look at him ramble on now for a fellow who was so quiet there at the start.
Totally dysfunctional they were when it came to the media. They were used to it, but they were totally, not even the curiosity to look at the website or the brain couldn't program it or whatever. No,
I think he'll mention it here now again, or maybe Benny goes back and asks him, but he talked there about the curiosity to look at the website. So when he set up the website, I think the findsummerwells.com, Don and Candus didn't look at it for about 2 weeks.
I think you're right.
And so
They had no want to look at it.
They really did need help.
It's like, to me, it's a choice to not go look at a website that was created to help find your daughter for a month.
Sorry, Amon.
What do you mean?
It's a choice, or it's just a completely damaged human who a website means nothing because they're so wiped. Just wiped. And they're having to take punches constantly. So the brain can only handle so much, especially if it's already been damaged for whatever reason. And that's how I saw them. I just saw them as they are totally incapable of even thinking. And Don, the only thing he has is just at night to get on there to talk about his daughter, and he just kept going back online. And he wants to get everybody to be nice, you know, and we jumped ahead. But if I go back and I'm looking at those key moments,
I think that's Benny's mom this time, and not him, the banging.
my viewpoint, and I don't care if it was deception. I don't think it was. Because even if they knew what was going on, they were messing their daughter. Even if they knew it happened, they were messing their daughter.
I mean, children can kill their kids and then, end up missing them. This is all valid. It's okay. It doesn't mess up, doesn't change anything. And that's why, Robin and I had a discussion before we entered, and I said, Robin, if we do this, if we find out tomorrow he's a serial killer of 30 people, would we still do what we're going to do? What you're going to do, you have to decide for yourself. I have to decide for myself. We weren't going into the team. And both of us had the same thing. No, we truly, truly feel we need to help them right here. And you've heard me numerous times say, everybody stay in their place. Don't cross over into the other guy's turf. Just do your part. And so that was it. Well, naturally, I was a distance man. I was just doing a website. But then when all of a sudden, Don sends a text and says, I'm hearing from these guys, behavior guys, nurses, I don't know, connected to Dr. Phil, and they want me to come to California, and I'd be scared to go there by myself. And I'm going, oh, man. He wanted me to go. And I refused. Like, I'm not going to California, Don. No.
And I was like, well, because I wasn't trusting any of this stuff either. But I remember the day I was down there. In fact, I was down there by the garage of the house. I said, Don, do you want me to contact these people and see if they're legit? I said, he said, yes. I said, okay, give me the numbers, and I'll do them. I've dealt with people like this a lot. So he gave me the numbers, and I called, and boom, it turned out it was legit. So I was still like, man, I don't know. But they kept, there's a persistence in the behavior panel, especially, because they were they were the one doing this, and they'd already had, I think, their video. Yeah, they'd already done their video where they didn't see any guilt in either of them. And I'd already seen that, and I thought, well, okay. And then I talked to the Dr. Phil people, and then she was, we did a lot, and I was plain, and I was straight. And I said, you're not going to have so-and-so. You're not going to do sneak attacks. You're not going to do this. Suddenly, I was like, wide open. Joe, wide open manager type behavior. Yeah. No, we want to empower. We really like Candus. We want to empower her. We want her to,
I wonder, is Benny annoyed he didn't get the invite to go along to the trip to Dr. Phil?
People will never get to hear and want her to be able to be a spokesperson. And I think that was legit at that time.
Everyone's coming in taking his jobs. He's nothing left.
And so then finally, the discussion kept going, and Don kept like, I can get her name out there. I can get her name out there. And I did not want to go. I didn't feel good. My body didn't feel good. I didn't know. I got on a plane, and I was just like, crash. I battled my body so much in December. And so finally, I remember the time where I just saw these two will be eaten alive if they go to Hollywood by themselves. And I sat down with Mom and Dad. I said, Mom and Dad, I don't think, because I kept thinking about other people that you go for. I was in the Navy, and they had somebody in mind. I kept thinking, those people don't know nothing. They don't know. They're walking, they think YouTube's bad. They're walking into the big leagues. And I told Mom and Dad, I said, I just don't think they can do it unless I go. And I thought they might go, they went, Tim, if you two need to go, you go. And I was like, okay. And I called Don, and I said, if you want to go, would you want me to go? And yes. So I said, okay, I will do that. I said, I'll do that. And then we kind of had to block off some other stuff, and immediately JTL was getting a hold of me and was trying to they wanted to go to California. They wanted to follow us with cameras. I'm going, whoa! So immediately I had to go in full force protection, and contacting Dr. Phil and Vision. They finally got their big people, and their big people stopped the JTL. And I'd already told Stephanie, I said, no, when we show up, are we going to have some security? I said, I don't know. It might not be anything, but I said, we could get off that plane, and there could be some crazy people that are already made a comment. California that'll be standing in an airport and start yelling stuff. And I said, you yell at them in a public place, so the anger and the sorrow and the grief inside them, oh my God, you'll have your footage. And I mean, it was almost prophetic. We didn't have that happen, but every moment.
I'm not even sure what Tim is trying to get across here to Benny, what he's trying to tell us. Just say, look, this is what I do. I don't get involved. This is how I help them and protect them from media stuff. I don't know.
We were in California.
It seems pretty self-serving, though.
It never let up. And yes, I had to be manager. I had to be. I didn't, I gave
You just changed the topic into talking about himself.
them their distance. But that was the job. That's what we did. And I had to keep it going until the show aired, and they stopped the airing because they wanted the sweeps on TV. Right. And really, once the show aired, we kind of handled that big burst of media then. Then it was just, things began to calm. And then I would say, Don, would you like to try to do an interview somewhere so we keep it active? And so we do one maybe here and do one there. And, but like the other story going on was not the ability. We weren't controlling their lives, so they kept making their own life decisions. And their own life decisions just brought us to the current scenario. Regardless of all, everything we've discussed or that you shared, I guess I'm even amazed in my own mind. I've been able to completely block the case. I listen, but it's like I still don't have any closer clue now if somebody asked me than I would have been. I mean, just because I know their personalities.
Benny's having another split.
Just because I know they're not lying, I just they have nothing to do with the case. I mean, I've been around people enough. Some of these stuff that happened 15 years ago. Whatever.
That's his dogs.
Screaming, we're sad, moved fast, got excited when we were in California and they thought that little girl was
There is a good parts coming up. Stick with it.
very needed convinced. Once again, every good actor. I can't. In my little brain, I cannot see. Never mind, she's alive. That's all I know. Never mind, she's alive, and they want it to be her.
It's just even how all that derived was through Jenna, right? Like how the hell did Jenna know where the hell there's this little girl that's, actually in a situation where she's going to be identified and separated? Like how did even that happen? Like,
and that's where the YouTubers go insane, because sometimes you just don't know why. You need to say coincidence. I say, people are going, ha-ha. But there's always been like a scripted God thing going on in my experience through life, because you can't write these scripts. To have the camera rolling on them, they never showed any of the footage. But to actually have all that documented of that event happening real time with the studio, if they had the slightest question of what these parents would act like, oh, we found your daughter. Oh, man. If you think that she's dead, they're going to go, oh, man, I hope so. Well, I do. And they're going to get this real worried look on their face, like, oh, this was pumped, and then crash.
The hell is he on about? No. Is he saying there was a lot of the cameras? I wonder, is he on about the Dr. Phil, or has he jumped to something else?
And just devastation, and then for Candus then to go ahead and go into an interview that I basically set up. And she does, and then that was it. I said, this woman has given everything that she could possibly do. Does that mean there's not some weird accident? Does that mean something? But I've never seen the slightest hint, A, that they know where she's at, or B, that they think she's dead. No, I've never seen it.
she told me last night she thinks that it could be. She never really just narrowed in on it, but I really need to put this audio together and let you listen to it. It's about 52 minutes, I think, but she told me last.
That's twice now that he's after telling him that he was recording. So I wonder, is Tim wide to it now that this call has probably been recorded?
Last night she feels like the arm's going to turn, and she feels like it's something to do with people he knows.
Yeah, including Tim, who you're talking to, Benny.
That's what she told me.
Yeah, see, that could be something totally unrelated to Summer. Because these people, we're talking about dance. You dance with the devil, you get his gifts with it. Yeah. And the question naturally, you're a friend asking her. You can do that. She won't tell me or anything. If I even ask a question, you don't need to know. How's that business you come together? How's it made? Well, you don't need to know. Yeah. So they've been all there with me for a long time, her and Mama. So that's fine. But to ask, for what? That's a valid question. But it may have nothing to do with Summer, but it may have that. It could be the block. Maybe Dr. Phil and him.
Do you think it's shady? I would think it would be a normal thing to do. I don't know, I've never been to jail or prison, but if I was going in there, I'd be like, no, I'd rather someone else have my phone. And I've nothing in my phone worth hiding.
They hit it. There could be a block. It's there. It could be a damaged mind. It could be anything. And there could be something, and it could go way back. Who knows where it goes to? Yeah. But I just keep watching. It's like somehow this thing is going to be fixed. And I haven't a clue. And God's going to fix it. Any bit of data, they scream about. You have mobs of data, but it still has that huge mystery hidden in it. And I know, I mean, you got to wrestle with it. You got to wrestle with that yourself, man. And that's my data. You know, we're men. We like to put it all together, and it all fits. You know, and we can be tormented, but without having all the data, there's no way ever to be able to do that. And it can torment you, man. It can major torment you. I want you to crash and burn because it's so tense, especially when they become friends and then this and then all that. And it's like, man, I just, even as we talk, I guess it's the most dysfunctional mess that probably any of us have ever been in, ever, of humanity.
I mean, we've been forced. I feel, I can't speak for you, but I feel like we've been forced to normalize barbarianism. Like we've been forced to normalize him punching her the night before she gets her teeth pulled, elbowing her in.
Just going to text some of that though.
In the temple, throwing the heater at her, pushing her down.
I know, but see, like, that's where you have to work so hard at being neutral, because when you have somebody that you already know's lies to you, that adds to the dysfunction. So now even the truth may not be true. It's like you just can't pick a side. It's very difficult. It's very difficult not to do that, but it's like you got to stay so neutral. That's like you saying to myself, none of your business, Dan. None of your business.
I mean, it's like it's sort of like, you know, it's like you call the police and you're like, oh, you know, my kitten's in a tree, and they come back and they look and they're like, where's it at? Like, I don't know.
Exactly, and so that's what the police are going to have to deal with.
But hold on, but then you start lying to them while they're there to help you. You got to make that make sense, right? Like.
That's where I go back to my saying. I want it to sound like a hard thing. It's just the way I've constantly told myself, and that is, it's nobody's business but the TBI's. You know, I kind of, that's how I just settled in my mind at the very beginning. They don't have to tell the truth to anybody. They have to tell the truth to Chris. They're not required to tell anybody.
But then again, on the 360 of that is that they're not required to tell anybody the truth online. So at the same time, they shouldn't feel required to get upset about YouTubers when they lie about it.
I know, but that's logical.
Right?
Yeah. This is in many ways like having two young teenagers. You know, and so there's no way, without trying it. Now it's different when they make you their friend and they're telling you things like she did with you. I mean, she would open up and she would tell me. I assume it was true, might not have been true. Who knows what she was already laying out? Who knows? So if that kind of put a big bundle in your bag, I never had to have that bundle.
Yeah.
So I'm not toting hers nor Dawn's stuff. They knew it was none of my business. I mean, I was always telling that. Because that's the only way we could function. The only trust I could ever get is for them to realize I'm not here to find out your life. You know, and let them realize that after I see it online, it wasn't phasing me a bit on what I was.
I think they're actually talking about Chris, the PI.
Doing to help. Just my little piece. And what you said, we had to almost befriend.
They be talking about Chris McDonough as well, and they kind of jump between the two here now, so it gets a bit confusing.
Barbaric insanity. Trying to keep it in some form from an onslaught that even the professionals say they've never seen such an onslaught. And the behavior guys, these are guys who are in the military.
We did it, man.
And Greg said, I've never seen it. So that's what we've been doing. I know, and we're kind of. But the reason we were doing it is so nice.
It's alright. That wasn't me.
It might have done in 1975.
option of making this stuff interactive. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And that's literally is what we've been doing. Shield and block and shield and block and shield. And of course, all the onliners say, you're part of the Dingus and stuff. You're crazy. You had Chris shielding this way. You had Benny shielding this way. You had Robin on this side. You basically had Tim on this side. And we were doing everything we could to try to let these people live as normal, quote, as possible. Yeah. So this case could function like pre-internet. We'll call it that, pre-internet.
Let me ask you a question real quick, Tim. Let's say the police got you down there in the box and they want to talk to you. And they come in and they're like, Tim, we know it was one of them, Don or Candus. Who was it? We want you to tell us who you think it was.
Total honesty, I'd say I have not a...
Like, he's really trying to drag it out of him, drag him in there, isn't he? And Tim's like, no, I just want to try and stay neutral. And like, we've all seen how calls can be clipped up. Like, if you were Tim on that call, you need to be wide to that as well. If you did give an answer there, then what's to stop anyone from clipping that up and putting it out there, do you know?
Drop a clue. And that's because any behavior I've seen, I could come up with 3 or 4 other scenarios on why they might do it that have nothing to do with the case. I've seen nothing that I could do. I'm being totally honest.
Yeah. I can appreciate that. I mean,
what I did is I decided that some kook had come up to just see what he could scrape out of the house and came and he ducked either next to the door or the door was open and he jumped in the house. Standing there trying to figure out what am I to do now. And we've all had that experience in life. What do I do now? And Summer came down them steps. And that was his railroad ticket out of there. And he grabbed her before she yelled at whoever they were and took off down to the wood. And I settled that in my mind and I just said, good enough. Just as good as anybody. That's just what I'm putting in my mind. And that's where I'm going to keep it.
Fair enough. I just want you to know that I'm the stuff with the phone stuff, like, if this was just a random friend that wasn't, a person's, well, I don't know how you feel.
I'll listen and I'll evaluate it. I'm not going to jump quick. I'm not going to let my emotions guide me. I mean, there are times where you stir the mirror and it's better not to.
Yeah.
But that's, if I held the phone and I heard law enforcement say something like, then I'd have this maybe responsibility. So I'm glad it worked out to where I didn't have to.
Go on, Betty, get it all out. Slow.
It was a last second thing. We were going in the building and he just turned around and he was like, here. The other stuff he said, take this home. But he just hands me. It wasn't like scared to hand it. It wasn't like, there's something on it. It was here. And I put it in the car and fell down inside this box thing. Then when I was back home, got it, backed it up. So I knew his personal thing was safe. There's nobody had ever asked. The first thing I'd had when I went back to that prison, hopefully in 6 months, I handed back his phone. Here's your phone, sir. And I would have totally done my job. And then one of his things was like, back it up. It's his stuff. Yeah. And then if I contemplated it, counseled, don't want to touch it. Get this away from me. That might have been a better decision. But I was protected. I was still being protected of the California pictures, that were his, and video clips he made, and things, it was, generic stuff, things he loved, pictures he took, things we laughed about. So my mindset was still doing this for my friends. And I had his jacket, his keys. That was quite a day. She didn't want to go.
Tim loves telling us about his days.
Yeah. So whatever that means, but I'm And, here's somebody that you fought in wars with, it feels like. And you go in and you watch this thing go down in the most extreme way that you're like, whoa. And then they get you up and say, it's time to go. And I said, well, can I stay? So he's finished doing what he's doing over there and just give one more look. And they said, they're not allowed to look. And they took me out of the courtroom back to my car, which is parked in the back. Yeah. But just like, we're done. You're out of here. And I could see the detective staring at me while I was sitting there. He was just, I caught him. He was just like, who is this guy? That's what they're supposed to ask. Yeah. But I hope they've lived life enough to say, and they do good research. It's just dudes like that robbing. They're just people who want to help. They're in, and they're probably vulnerable, and they're gullible, and whatever, however they want to analyze it. That's it. So, the phone thing, that was one of those, you're on the line, it's his stuff. It's like the last thing you do for somebody is protect his stuff that it's his stuff, and I want to get it back to him. Yeah. Because, that's just, I know, I'd sit down, I'd immediately start thinking, man, they're going through all my stuff, my privacy. It's like a woman's purse. Somebody hands you the purse, you're like, whoa. So, it wasn't evil. It was probably the second time I ever crossed the line. And both times were like, and the other time, it was when and I'll tell you, I'd come up to the house, you were there, a bunch of other people were there, and then all of a sudden everybody just kind of left, and I'm just leaning on the truck, laying there, and there's a backpack sitting right next to me, and I'm going, who's that? Because it's like, who's done up here? It's that thing. And I just hit the zipper, and I saw your name on a medicine bottle, and that was it. Yeah. The second I did that, Candus walked out of the house and goes, what are you doing? I said, who's this? Who's here? Because it was that time. It was when all that people were showing up. Yeah. But boy, that was my little, oh no, venture. And it's like, hand slap. And I just say, thank you, Lord. I get curious every once in a while. I'm like, is this a good guy or a bad guy? Is this one of these people putting stuff all over the internet? Who is this? Where are they? Is there a bomb in here? What is this? I saw your name.
Hi, Raising, you did. I have a document there, though. You can catch up quickly. You might be surprised by some of the things inside it.
Apologies for that. All right. But that was it. It was just, okay. I think maybe, I guess you all maybe headed to the store. I don't remember the details. I just remember it was a weird atmosphere moment. Yeah. And the other part, I guess you could say, I did venture, and that would be the privacy part. Yeah. But that wasn't a venture. That was a need. In order to protect them from the digital world, that was vital. So that wasn't getting an indication. That was just control the block piece. People like Cam and everybody else. Cam's in bad. I'll flood them with every answer till I'm boring. And then they're like, oh, it worked. I'm putting up videos now to tell exactly. And 300 views or whatever, 400. It's like perfect. It worked. It worked. Yeah. But that's what we were doing. And mostly not bad people. Bad people, yeah, but most of it just inexperienced people who did not know how they could harm other human beings by being online. Right. And it's to protect the family until the American justice system can do their job. Yeah. And whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, it's a lot. And that's my answer for the phone, too. Yeah, I backed it up. It's his stuff. And people coming in and out of that, I had no idea where his phone would end up. And at least I could. Yeah.
No, Candus has the phone. She said in the call, or the first call that we listened to at the start of the call, she's been like, I don't have it, Tim has it. And then she just does a complete 180 and says she does have it at the end of the call. But Tim had it for 2 weeks.
Just your stuff.
And I'm not. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think there. If I went to just take Dawn out of it completely, if I was going to court with a male friend, he gives me his phone. I'm like, do I want to hand it back over to his wife? I don't know. It's personal to him. I'll just hang on to it till he comes out. I don't know. I'm not sure there's too much in the phone thing at all. Benny seems to be scrambling, but there is loads of other interesting information coming out. And things are definitely happening behind the scenes with the TBI.
Sure. My job is your friend. There you go. I'm glad you talked to me, though. I mean, who knows? Maybe curiosity would have got the best of me, and I'd have tried to get in on that file. But no, I don't want to. I want to know what's in that file.
No, that's the thing. Now I think, as a disclaimer, quite naturally, there's going to be a lot of metadata that will suggest that file on your computer hasn't been tampered with. So, it's one of those things. It's like, it's like somebody accidentally sending you cocaine in the mail, and then you being So I can send you cocaine if you open the box and I tell them, man, I think Tim is getting cocaine in the mail.
I'm going to speed this part
They
up
come
a
over
bit.
there and they find that you opened up that box, you're automatically in trouble. Automatically, because what you're supposed to do is if you get something that you're not sure of, you're supposed to send it back. So you start to venture into the world of intent, and intent starts to make up the difference for other things that may lack in terms of the prongs in which they bring cases forward. So, you would probably be okay, but it's still like one of the things where, like, promise me, Tim, you will not try to tamper with that file. Like, I would delete it, but that would look worse. It would look worse. Yeah, the gigantic Wells folder that is loaded with all our photographs. It would suggest that you knew that there was something in there that you were trying to get rid of out of your possession.
In fact, I thought it was a harmless phone, actually. I mean, I just didn't think it. My thought process was they've already searched all his reports, so this is his personal phone. And the last thing your buddy does, he hands it to you, and you go back to your car. They're waiting on you to go in the back door, and you drop it, put it in the phone, and they fall down in this box full of stuff. And then you walk in there, and you go through that whole thing that occurred. And then you come back out to your car, and you're sitting there trying to grasp that you're not even going to get to see the man probably for 6 months, and you're just like, whoa, So it's like, he just handed you the tender stuff of his heart, in that phone without any picture with his, don't do it. But no, it was just trust. It was trust. And it's like, you trust, I'll back it up. It'll be there for you, or I'll keep your phone until you get out. I mean, that was, if we had to talk, I would have said, do you want me to keep this? When you get out, give it to you? Yeah. And then I would have done that for him. His business. His stuff.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just...
I wish it hadn't ended up that way, but it is kind of bizarre that it's like, here's the phone and let's do forensics. It's like, whoa. That's when I suddenly realized, whoa, wait a minute, whoa.
And see, that's the thing.
Me as much. I mean, me went, oh. But at the same time, it was like, no, man, what are they, why? Why are they doing this? What's...
That's what worries me, because I'll tell you what. I mean, by the way that Chris texted me last night.
Chris the PI.
Very upset about the phone and the cameras, and like the birth certificate stuff was, I never asked her to look at any birth certificate. I just wanted to know, like, so what day were you born? Yeah.
This is hilarious.
Chris, or what she told Trudy, was that I asked for the birth certificates, which I did not. But the main two things that he was worried about was the phone and the cameras. So the reason why I am stressing the stuff about I'm stressing the stuff about the backup, because if he's saying He wants to do forensics on the phone. All he's got to say is that Tim's got.
Oh, might be here, but upcoming here now, Benny's going to tell us all about astrology and why he wanted that date.
A copy of it. Because
I'm curious now to why he wanted that date as well, because it feels like a bit of a note, bit of an excuse.
I've already submitted. Well, I extra on that. How long have they had the phone? She said 2 weeks after, so I guess I don't know. He's only been in jail 3 weeks. I guess a week after. I don't know. So they've had the phone for 2 weeks. They haven't ran no forensics. It's just sitting there. I could figure out when. I mean, I know because the way I take pictures of my life, I could track down the day that I took it to her out wherever it was at that 7-Eleven or Dollar Tree or Dollar General or something. But no, the thing is, they're in it too. If they catch Dawn, then their stuff is in it too. So, don't you think that Ronnie Lawson has my phone number. He knows my name. We've talked. He's called me. I've called him. Don't you think he would want to talk to me?
Benny's feeling left out again. Someone else is leaving Benny out.
Even at the very least, to see if he can quantify if I'm covering up for them. But a little bit, another way, I don't think we matter. Well, we gotta matter. I think when they look at us, they see who we are, who we really are, and they're psychologists and sociologists and all those guys that they analyze such things. We're just what we is. Yeah, but we still are a problem to him because he mentioned just the other day when he was up at the church that social media is still not being helpful. Yeah, the social media part. Because I've had people, the other day there was Tim, they're making videos all over the YouTube putting me and Candus in love. I know you know that. So that's my man. Yeah, don't you think that they would want to say, okay, people think in that other category? Yeah. But these are guys that are focused on a case, and these people. Now, if we were really, look at the characters in this thing. There's plenty of characters.
Anyone here from Utah, make sure you share that Amber Alert, will you? Or neighbouring states.
Can you compare it to us? No, we're not. We're not those folks. We're just not. And I'm sure we've been checked. I wanted them to check me. Check me, track me. Sometimes at night it looks like they might have been following me. Whatever. That's okay because I know where I am. I know all that. I'm not there for any other reason. I'm not bad. I'm not a dealer. I'm not a bad. I'm not a, And then eventually they would look and they would say, okay, this dude just that and whatever. Probably stupid, but that's it. Your case, because you had to play such a actor's role, I could see where you might go, this dude, but at the same time, you contacted him. So you're already safe because you called me, you said, hey, and he hates the YouTube stuff. So he probably, in one way, looks and goes, how's that guy handling a bunch of crazy stuff? They probably don't understand you, you and me have an understanding that it would just be almost impossible to explain to people. But the way the event happened in Dallas, the trust that suddenly kicked in those days, you can't put that in words, Danny. I can't. Right. And, they wanted so bad that I was paying you and all, and it's not. You got the four walls that have been around the Wells family up till, really up till February 7th. All four of us are essentially that same thing right there. Yeah. There are people that stepped in to help. That's it. Like all volunteers, and it you know, from the crisis actors to, you know, the Sandman and the plane and the money, and like it's, you know, it's man, it's a sad testament. It's like, you know, it sort of invigorates me, but at the same time, it makes me want to turn and run away, because I want to be able to write a playbook or something for how, you know, like, it ought to be standard issue when you have kids. They send you home with a birth certificate and a booklet in what to do in the event your child is abducted. Like, don't go on social media. You open it up, that's all it says. Like, it's easy. You know what I mean? But whether he uses this that way or not, I haven't a clue. But it is making changes. I mean, you were quoting Chris McDonough the other day saying, you know, we need to have respect for each other. Yeah. You know, a man like that, if, you know, he learned from his learning.
No, we're talking about Chris McDonough. I'm not P.I. Chris.
He learned from me.
Oh.
Yeah, he can help.
Did you get that? Could someone let Chris McDonough know that everything he knows he learned from Benny Keys?
He learned by watching me what he needed to do as a 40-year tenured officer, and now, you know, whatever kind of play cop he's playing online, like he's been watching me stay in the lane all the way, and he's like, man, like, I mean, there's no other person trying to do quite what I'm trying to do or what we're trying to do, so, you know, that already tells me that he's like, yeah, like, you basically, the way I took what he says is, man, you got to treat these people like Benny Keys. Is what you got to do. Like, got to be respectful. And if and I quote him verbatim, and if at any time during the day you're dishonest, it's over. Even if they're the suspect, they'll stop giving you information. That's nothing like what he did. He had a realization after 8 months of what he should have done that was exactly like what his arch nemesis was doing. Like, I know you remember that.
I don't know what that means. He said, fizzle, please, gang. I don't know, is he talking to someone in the chat, or is he saying what he said there is the truth?
Man took down a very, very nice channel I had going because I stood against what he was doing. And so it was a tit for tat. Like, he preferred Ghana did? Yeah, he went into Twitter and Discord and all these private groups and told everyone to go report it. He did a mass flag event. And I didn't know how to do the appeal and what to ask for at that time. And so I hurried up and wrote an appeal thinking that I was talking to real human beings. And I lost my channel in like 5 minutes all the way, like terminated. And he did that. Like, he removed all the great stuff that I had done in 3 cases. Because, yeah, he did that. And now all of a sudden, after he's taken all that from me, got his channel back, he comes in and actually says, well, shit, actually, man, don't do what I did before. Do what he's doing. He didn't say it like that. Hey, there's nobody else treating these people with the respect I am. If they were, they'd be next to me doing it. But they're not. So, you know, essentially that's what he's telling everyone to do now. Treat victims like men. Okay, do you feel like he's then matured in the digital world? No, because shit, the man's 65 years old. Like, what you do is you bring your real character and you just put it on display here. Right now, everybody knows what I'm doing to Ernie Shell and what I've done to some of the others that have done really bad things to the Wells. Like that goes without explanation. What's understood doesn't need to be explained. But I'm different in that way. I will put myself on that pedestal. Like, when I tear somebody up because I was directed or initiated to do it. Usually it's from Don, Candus.
He tries to put words here in Tim's mouth, and it would make you wonder. So he's saying, like, I was directed, wasn't I, to do those things? And he says, even when you told me, and Tim just kind of goes, whoa, I didn't tell you to go attacking people like that. I think I seen this once at 4:00 in the morning last night.
This You've even asked me before, is there something we can do about this? I'll go on there and do it. And so, I was never using you, brother. No, I know. But I took that as initiative. I never feel that way. It was like, no, never. You know, it's like you guys going, this is nasty. Can you help? No. I never took it that way from you. Okay. But from the rest of them, yes. Because there was times when Grant and Candus, they were going to go up there to Wisconsin and they were going to get a ground density tester to go across that property. She called me in a hurry. She was like, man, you got to hurry up and do a video and get Oligo Lightning and them not to go to Wisconsin. And I was like, okay. And I sat there and thought about it for a minute. I was like, hell no, I'm not doing that. Why does this old lady want me to stop this woman from going to Wisconsin and try to help find her daughter? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was different than what was going to happen when they came to Tennessee. But they didn't talk about that very long. But Don and Candus, oh man, they would tell me who was raising the roost over there, and I would jump on top of their head. And, so I handle the well shit with integrity. But I also...
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to that. I'll leave a call.
It's a hard mix. Right, and that is plain. But I think you need to write that line down right there. I handle the well with integrity. Because it says it all. Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm going to write that down before I forget it. Just a second. For myself. Like, you know what, Tim? Like, the wells. This is the quote. If anybody ever asked me,
He's mind blown.
they kidnapped me and I'm on Mars and other planets. That's the guy we were watching. With integrity, because there's no other four-letter word that describes all of this. I would use manure. Look, I can't even get you to say shit. Like, I've tried to get you to say cuss words, you just won't do it, man. That's the stuff that I want to be. They're like, Tim Mullen is this and this and this. I'm like, man, hold on. Like, in my mind in the beginning, I would curse and do 5 Hail Marys after I didn't talk to him. Like, I can't even get this man to say a cuss word. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. But I don't know, man. I know the players are each who they are, and it literally took the 4. And I couldn't have done it if I hadn't met that happy Robin at the very beginning, because she was so normal and happy and that. And so that's like, okay. And then when there was Chris, it's like, whoa. Her went to church and them. Chris is a PI with them. I think I feel safe. Speaking in and helping, Yeah. Well, I just wanted to kind of, and I guess, more of the point that I made is somebody said, Tim, what was the piece that was needed? Not that I needed, but what was the piece that was needed? I said, well, we had 3 walls and one big open one, and it was just manure everywhere. Yeah. And I said, and then there we are on this bizarre thing, and Don goes, I'll just call Benny, and he's going to come over and help us get something. And I went, why did you call Benny? I mean, this is absolutely insane, crazy, wild, filthy. I even mentioned you in the video, but I don't tell who you are because I thought I was going to make that so later. I said, the guy tended to catch my attention, was all I said. And Riddler, because he'll have that camera rolling, and he's going to video everything he's doing when he comes, And just that short boom, and then when I heard you afterwards, and it was like, there it is. And then I was promoted, right? If he'll do it, because I still didn't know you. The more I talked to you, the more you really were that guy that I went, she's got more wisdom than the whole bunch of them. That's where I was just, any part of it. And I stick to that. And I stick to that. I appreciate that. But that's the thing, like, you're not a yes man, because you corrected me in behaviors and you tried to direct me, like a good friend would. And that's, I don't want to take away, like I just heard about some different things. And of course it was painted to me in a light that, like it came from Chris. And I'm like, well, hold on, man. Like at first it was like, I haven't done any of these three things, which was the phone, the cameras, and birth certificates. I'm like, I didn't do any of those things, man. And then talking to Candus, she's like, well, Tim. And then when I talked to her, I was like, so what's up with these birth certificates? I was like, how does Chris and Trudy know that I asked for your hours of birth? She said, I have no idea. I said, Candus, I've only asked you for 3 times, and she's only given me her time of birth and given me Summer's time of birth, right? And she gave them up willingly. I was like, hey, I've met a gal. She's really cool. I was very close-minded to astrology, more like, I guess, fortune tellers. Like I just could not stand them or the idea of what they did online to these cases. So then I met one, and when I look at what this young woman puts into her science, because it is a science, it's all.
Benny is going to be doing tarot readings over on his channel. Super chats of 1999 and above will get your fortune told.
It's just it's Vedic. Yeah, it's Vedic astrology. Like it runs off of numbers. She puts into a software, and it pumps out an interpretation. And she's like,
I don't know how he thinks Candus is going to remember the time. She can't remember the date.
Like scary spot. Well, how much did you hang?
He's skipping over part of it now. I don't know, was he getting a bit embarrassed by that?
You try to be professional, like how long have they had phone? That's the thing, like you to be truthful as you can when relaying anything about all of this, because I was like, you gotta know, bro. We've been talking about these slippers.
All right, Snyder, you two seconds.
What he is doing or trying to do, but I also know he has a big heart, and he really what he did is he stepped in as a friend. Let me ask you this: what he did. The criminalist lady said last night. She said
He can't get him to curse. He can't get him to swear. He can't get him to throw Don under the bus, Candus under the bus. And I think now was that an attempt at
2 things.
Chris the PA?
Okay, she showed me on News Nation with Brian Hinton. She showed me where Ronnie Lawson out his own mouth said she was seen walking away from Ben Hill Road. I don't know who saw her, but that's what he said. Secondly, I don't know where the dog trail stuff came from, because I've seen and heard soundbite of Dennis Rader, who is with Midwest Equisearch, say that she went down the driveway. Not the dog trail. The driveway. Yeah, exactly. And you're like, okay, all right. Now I was going pretty much, Don had shared a lot. I really had already been out there. And I'm kind of a documenting kind of guy, so I was trying to document some of this so it was clean, and if they would kind of go, okay, that's it, move on. Anytime I did that, of course, it was hard on Chris, because being a friend to the family also extremely protected, no way I'm extremely protected of the case. But that was a good check balance for me. Because I've got law enforcement in my family. I mean, my brother's was a detective and a retired captain. He now runs this other thing in law enforcement, south of Memphis now. And so the instinct
like to dismiss that before I stepped in, and then Chris was the check and balance. His, what you might call roughness, kept me locked up.
Yeah.
And anytime that temptation might sneak in there, don't let it. Because you kind of got the police watching you, that Chris. So, probably helps us both. But he has ventured extremely deeply in his friend. Someone who would drive over in the middle of the night and do this, and help him there, and help him that. Totally non-detective stuff. And that's what was driving him crazy. Because he wanted to just do detective stuff. But he had this big heart. And he's, I gotta help. And he would do it. And it's become his life.
Well, so then that's where you venture into that strange ground because, you try to be professional, like that's the thing. Like in being a private eye, the thing is to remain objective. But as soon as you start being friends and having a big heart, that actually goes against everything being a private investigator is about, right? Like, how can you objectively say you want to have the phone taken for forensics? So that's to put the rush on you to bring the phone back. But then once they get the phone, there is no rush to get the forensics back. Like Trudy, I believe Trudy has enough power over Chris. He can't make her stop.
And see, there's a possibility that Chris ventured a little bit in the zeal to get an answer, and then he's like backstep himself. But see, what happened is he got stuck with all the women. I didn't. You didn't. Chris did. And now he's got 3 women who are all very, whatever term you want to use.
Well, how much did you hang? Oh.
They probably could care less about private business.
As long as you have to get a text there, I'm just going to speed up again.
Well, so then that's where you venture into that strange ground because you try to be professional. Like
we're nearly there, guys.
Like in being a private eye, the thing is to remain objective. But as soon as you start being friends and having a big heart,
waiting for his big revelation, his big setup, his Quentin Tarantino movie, as he called it.
That actually goes against everything being a private investigator is about, right? Like, how can you objectively say you want to have the phone taken for forensics? That's to put the rush on you to bring the phone back. But then once they get the phone, there is no rush to get the forensics back. Like Trudy, I believe Trudy has enough power over Chris. He can't make her stop.
And see, there's a possibility that Chris ventured a little bit in the zeal to get an answer, and then he's like backstep himself. But see, what happened is he got stuck with all the women. I didn't. You didn't. Chris did. And now he's got 3 women who are all very, whatever term you want to use, self-dependent women, hard-headed. And they're all emotional, and they're all compassionate, and you mixture with lies, and you mixture with truth, and you have to hear all this, and he wants it to be 1950. He wants to go back to where you can just be a detective. Right. Help out where you can, do what you can for a job that you get. So, isn't
there a real motivating factor being the little girl that's now 6 that's had a birthday while she's missing? Isn't there a real responsibility to be truthful as you can when relaying anything about all of this? Because, it is absolutely insane what we're left with today. Like, what's left over now?
I'm telling you, I think something's going to show there was a mental condition that turns out to be the answer for this case. Now, where that is, how it comes, well, because it's the only string that I've seen
That rolling sound is Benny rolling a joint.
It has been a thread through this whole thing is mental instability. Oh, absolutely. Whoever is responsible for moving that child off that hill is mentally not okay, for sure. And we have two prime. I mean, you got to find two people crazier than those two.
He must have some tolerance because they're constantly being rolled, and it's not with tobacco. It's pure cannabis.
I mean, there's some bad dudes around there, but then again, there's some bad dudes that just have pass. Like Don had the CPS in his life. You know what I mean? Like the CPS were in his life
This is important.
the day before she went missing. They came, closed the case on the 14th. She went missing on the 15th. And on the 16th, they came back.
Oh, God, sorry.
So there was
I missed
already
it.
an issue going on of some sort. And that was even that was even compartmentalized from Trudy and Chris, because Trudy heard me talking about it. It's like public knowledge on the two. And she's like, who told you that they closed the case out on the 14th? And I'm like, Candus? What are you talking about? And then she went away. You know what I mean? She was like, and then there was the whole thing with the footprints. Footprints have been talked about extensively for over 6 weeks. And I had not heard Don talk about these footprints at all. So I left it alone. I never asked him. Well, then, I don't know, it was sometime later, finally I was like, I think Cam was like, bro, were you talking about the footprints? So I asked him about the footprints, and he acted like he didn't know. And I was like, Don, you gotta know, bro. We've been talking about these footprints for over 6 weeks now. I didn't know about it. Then, like 2 days later, he goes online somewhere and talks about how he knew about the footprints the day that they found it. And I'm like, well, hold on, bro. That's not what you said before. I mean, I didn't say that to him, but I just made a note of it. I'm like, man, that's... And then it's, you know, it's even more with the footprints because it started out as one footprint here and one somewhere else. And it turned into 3 footprints. And then it turned into 3 footprints that basically
Just on the fridge, I think.
Ben Hill, Beach Creek, alongside of Beach Creek to the left towards Rogersville.
I wish he did that when he was yapping on.
Just 3 random footprints. I don't even have any context to how far off the road or anything like that, but they're just headed in that direction. And there's 3 of them. I mean, 2 is property that has 3 or 4 little kids. You know, they came over and they casted them, and you know, allegedly and all that. I mean, it just, to me, it's like when you're trying to relay information to find it, there's always the very real necessity that if it was a red Corvette, it has to be relayed as a red Corvette. It can't be a red Corvette, but you tell them it's an orange Volkswagen. Like, that's not going to work. And that's the thing. It's just like, now, if Don is a regular guy who has all his kids and he wants to drink and booze and be his wife and be a liar, that's his business. But when your child's missing and you have completely opened your whole cavity, your whole vessel to the YouTube, and you come here and lie. Like, you came here looking for help. And so it's almost like we've allowed them a pass for all of this bad behavior because Chris came in and didn't do what we thought we were going to do. That's no reason for Don and Candus to go ape shit on the internet because Chris made them do it. I'm not saying you said that, but
They've gone back to Chris McDonough there now.
People have, you know, they've had that contention. It's like, oh, well, if Chris wouldn't have did what he did, it wouldn't look like this. Whoa. Chris didn't make Don take a dump on
live, and Chris didn't make Don slap up on Candus online. Like,
my point on that, but I said is when you have a professional go this way, the sheep that are watching you, who don't maybe have your experience or character, whatever, they go berserk, and then you can't fix it. You died in a fire that couldn't be fixed, and then all the rest of this. Well, I'm not going to say just because Chris did it. My point was, if Chris had just done that, left it alone, and didn't start interpreting,
So, I mean, and I agree.
what would have happened? I mean, you still had a Sherry, you still would have had a Don, you still would have had all that happen. But at the same time, my point is how much did those people affect what Don and Candus might have done?
Well, this is the thing. I don't think.
This is a good line here.
Who Don and Candus were when Chris McDonough first came there, clearly those aren't the people who they actually are. That was a front. It isn't that the internet turned these people into savages. Like, these people were savages who were trying to act like regular people. They just couldn't keep the act up for any time at all.
You go that way until I start looking at all the pictures of the children, not the few that look sad. I'm looking and I'm going, look at them. All she cares about.
Do you hear his ringtone? Like, my God. Was it when he unlocks his phone? I don't know.
You've been talking about these footprints for over 6 weeks now. But when your child's missing and you've completely opened your whole cavity, whole vessel.
Go this way. You're watching them. They don't maybe have your experience or character, whatever.
Okay, I hear that.
Berserk, and then you can't fix it. You died in a fire. It couldn't be fixed. And then all the rest of this. Well, I'm not going to say just because Chris did it. My point was, if Chris had just done that, left it alone, and then started interpreting,
So, I mean, and I agree.
what would have happened? I mean, you would have still had a Sherry, you still would have had a Don, you still would have had all that happen.
I'm just going to go 1.5 because we heard that already just there.
How much did those people affect what Don and Candus might have done?
Well, this is the thing. I don't think who Don and Candus were when Chris McDonough first came there, clearly those aren't the people who they actually are. That was a front. It isn't that the internet turned these people into savages. Like, these people were savages, but were trying to act like regular people. They couldn't keep act up for any time at all.
You go that way until I start looking at all the pictures of the children, not the few that look sad. But I'm looking and I'm going, look at them. All she cares about basically in life is getting her children anything they want.
But also, but then you got to remember, Josie did something to little Journey.
He shouldn't have played.
Don?
Yeah. Because they were already getting to the age to where this happy, all in the family, situation was not going to last. You can't raise a family that way. But up to that point, that was their cover for your children like your parents will do. They have their stuff. They trash it to find more stuff. So they're cutting up. They look fine in picture after picture after picture after picture after picture after picture. and when God steps in, his timing is always like right on. And if this is a scenario of God, I'll go ahead and put the if there. If this is a scenario of God, he grabbed him.
Because his daughter's missing?
Right, because he knows the future. If there really is, that he dealt with far worse, he knows when to grab them so they'll be molded into what they need to be.
He is difficult to understand. Sometimes I lose him and I have to tune my ears kind of back in.
So they can fit into the kingdom that God's really built, when he does it.
Is that their
And so
ministry?
he's in charge of this. You can't leave that factor out ever. And
But he
I
sounds
watched
like a
God
That's Benny's mom.
do moves. I'm totally convinced he really loves God and he really wishes he could do that right there. I watch how he listens. I watch how he responds. I listen to what he would share with me. It's not bogus. It's not fake. Maybe it's used a little that way, but I think that's the one trait of him that's legit. And if that's true, then the firm hand of God grabbed him when it needed grabbed to finish whatever job he's doing. Ain't God still the boss of human? He's the boss of the TBI. He's the boss. He's in charge.
A lot of kind of extreme religion stuff with him and Don, isn't there?
His turf, it's his people, it's his artwork, it's his kingdom that he's working on, and he has a reason and a purpose what he's going to do. He's not a random, nothing random. This was planned out from the very beginning. Satan just played out what God wanted Satan to play out. There's no boo-boos, God was taken off guard. And because of, searching God's life for so many years before I ever met the Wells, I've just seen a lot of people, a lot of scenarios, and you can tell when it's a bogus religious person. And I never could see the bogus. That was the one piece of him that I think
Okay, so we can see why they bonded and got on.
is the real piece that's legitimate. And that's what he would want more than anything. That's just impossible to get there on his own. And it may get there when he's in jail, and it may be jail the rest of his life, but if that's what gets him there, it'll get him there. And so that kept me going, Dan. That kept me going, and I could just look and say, okay, God, as long as you keep showing me things that have to be you that are happening, the coincidences are too many, I'm just still sticking with it. You got a script rolling. You wanted us with Benny. You wanted Benny with us. We don't have to understand the whys and the whos. But this is Don Wells is God. Candus Wells is God. This Candy is God. Nobody else's. That's his turf. And so I don't want to get on his turf. And then when you scale it down, I don't want to get on the TBI's turf. And when you scale it down, I don't want to get on their personal turf. But the main one that really knows it is God. That's the one I'm missing. If I saw God, not Ellen Smith, right? Ellen Smith, I guess he had a prophetic type gift. There are definitely, that is very real in history of individuals that God chooses to speak through, because that's how he does it. He never just goes, from the sky down. He uses humans because that's what he's making. He's making that. He's the artist.
All right, we're nearly there. We're like 85% through this Tarantino movie. And I'm not sure what Benny can say after this. After we have everything he wanted to say. I know he's probably done this to stay relevant and feel like he was slipping, but I don't know how much relevant he's going to be after all this.
He made humans when he made.
And who cares, do you know? Like you heard him in the start of the chat snap back at someone because they were restreaming it last night, but he's saying that on one hand, and then on the other hand he's saying none of this matters. I'm coming up now because it's all about summer.
Well, they created Jesus, stepped inside him. Now he's standing there in his flesh. He said, now I'm going to make a new creation. remember, Benny makes Don mad, and Benny has values for that. I mean, we talked about that. This is for women. We already know that she'll play something. She'll play Jose to get Don home, or it was incorporated into it. So, you know, I mean, years ago, having a good friend, and him and his wife were having troubles, and I was over there, man. She started using me right in front of her husband, trying to, and I learned real early, this ain't happening, and it ain't never going to happen again. I will not be a tool for your spouse. So yeah, to me, if you're even slightly feeling those clues, you know, that's enough on that. And the other thing I thought real quick was, I mean, I learned this in church, you know, you can't make somebody hungry. Flat steak and try them all day long, but if they don't want it, so basically, don't go out and shake people trying to, hey, are you saved? Do you love them? No, if they're hungry for God, they'll ask. It's there. It's attraction. It's attraction rather than emotion. Works on both sides. It's not just you pushing them. He's already made them hungry. They ask, you might be able to share something, you know, and it moves forward, and maybe they go to a church and how to get faster or whatever. Well, this is how it is. You keep, here's the steak. They know it's there. It's you have no responsibility from now on. If they know it's there, if they want it, they know where to get it. If they don't want it, you're free. So they're free.
But you already know somebody's going to bitch about how cold it is.
Yeah, but you're free. Yeah. And you got Chris, so you're free. Yeah. And I think now that's what we're all kind of doing. We're kind of putting stuff out of the backpack that doesn't need to be there no more.
Yeah, for sure.
And we'll let it play.
Yeah. I don't have to be shoulder to shoulder with her to still do what I'm trying to do. You know, like, yeah. So, well, I'm gonna grab you a little bunch. My hands are shaky. I'm way past my blood sugar time. So,
yeah, I need to wash my sandwich I got right here in the car.
Yeah. Let's stay in touch.
This has been good.
Yeah.
We hadn't really had our unload yet since all this change happened, so
I know.
this was good.
Are you tied up tonight?
Say that again, it broke up.
Are you going to be tied up tonight?
I don't think so. It depends on what I'm doing with mom and dad. Of course, like all our families, that's about how much. You know, it's something that I've been very exhausted with it. Yeah. So if I'm with them, we're out on 101, then I usually kind of figure a way to get on the phone. But no, I mean, if you always text me first.
Yeah, I'll shoot you a text.
But you know, we both got plenty to kind of digest and get out of our backpacks and just relax. We did what we could do.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And now we're just trying to be good humans. If they contact us and be friendly, and yeah, okay. But I'm not going to force a position, that's for sure.
No, yeah, I get it, for sure.
You know, and you got your channel and other stuff you're doing.
He's not going to force a position. I don't think Benny got what he wanted out of this call. It sounds a bit different when you're listening to it through and order the calls there now, doesn't it? Rather than the way he released the clips.
You know me, like I wake up tomorrow and that channel be gone and it's no big deal to me. You know,
But that might happen to you. I mean, we don't know. I mean, basically, nothing really can happen for 6, little to 5 months now. Yeah. I mean, really, concerning us, really nothing can happen. Yeah. We're basically, let's take the fight or something or post, a little something. But other than that, it's like, hey guys, breathe. It's like, okay. Yeah. Is that okay? It's like, God says, it's okay. Yeah, enjoy spring.
Because I could see the comments there. I didn't miss it at all about the all I wrote down is Benny said boys have hurt each other in the past. I think we all kind of knew that anyway. I don't think he should be. He should have. Obviously, he was in the middle of recording, but he should have found a way to take that out and not put the kids' names in there. I think they've already been blamed enough by their parents and interviews and stuff like that. I just been uncomfortable with the kids' names and stuff.
Yep. And that's it. That's fine. I'm not trying to force a friendship. I mean, Candus and them, my heart will always be there. I can look at a picture of them and get teary-eyed just because you grow to love these people. Yeah, you do. But you know, it's kind of like with Tuttle getting
My laptop's right here.
before he goes into prison. You know, that was like, whoa, that's like an ending. It is. I mean, Tuttle was always there. And I said, now Tuttle may be alive somewhere. Maybe they kept her. They were surgery. They did get surgery. But other than that, it was just one of those peculiar little signals that you go, is this connected, God? And then you just wait it out and see, and then you look back and you go, wow, that was the end of my part. You know, as for helping or anything. Will I move on again? Maybe tonight. Could die of a heart attack today. You know, he could say, God, you know, I see, you know, or you're right. God says, that's all. Because I've known that to happen with people. He's covered for. I don't know. I'm almost be surprised if Grandma makes it home. Yeah, after she leaves town. Yeah. She's barely breathing. Yeah, she's not doing good. No. 3 packs of cigarettes a day doesn't help, though, you know. What's that? I said 3 packs of cigarettes a day certainly isn't helping, though. No. Yeah. I mean, for all we know, all 3 of them are going to drop over, and God's taking care of the children. He's already got it handled. No. We don't. We don't know. Nope. But if I'll just handle this. If Candus was really be open, if she was always, you know, that type of person where you feel that you're supposed to be helping, but she's already closed the door. So we don't have to feel guilt. And we definitely don't have to fight to make her our friend at that other level. She's already given the signals. Already there, so we can still be friendly, but we don't have to feel any responsibility. And not feel guilty for not feeling responsibility. Well, I guess that's hard, but you can get there, man. Yeah, I'm working towards it. If you know you've done everything you were supposed to do, then you're like, okay, you know, done. And it always takes me a while to transition. You know, you hear it has to keep slowing down and slowing down.
I don't know. It's like the conversation has flipped now. It started with Benny trying to get Tim to say stuff on him, and Tim didn't, or on anything. Tim didn't really say anything on any of it. And now, to me, the last few sentences there is Tim being like, "Here, look, do what you got to do if you want to go and hand stuff in or do your 180 spin."
And then you realize, wow, what was that? You know, and then life starts. Please don't ever feel like you flunked out on this. I don't know that anything was a waste of time. It was not. It got us to February 7th. That's it. After that, we've kind of been figuring it out. It really got us to February 7th. Got me safe now. So, 2722 and boom. Let it do whatever it does. But I was right here. For a while, by God's grace, that I'll never be able to say we turned our back on them. That's it. Yep, they can't say that. If we were to see them again, that may keep them going through life. Knowing that they really had people that never turned their back on them. I agree. And that's a good investment, Ben. Yep. It'll pay. Yeah, that's a good one. Yep. All right.
Eat your sandwich, sir. I'll talk to you later on.
I'm not going to play his spiel afterwards to the chat. Hand in the phone, turn it in, hand in the phone. I know some people don't like my piano, but I'm going to have to play it a little bit just to fix my ears from that noise. So what do you think? What do you think he's up to? Like, there's a lot of stuff there. But I think some people were saying in the chat, and I think he talked about it, don't know whether it is true. But I think he might have having a visit from the FBI on the morning of March the 2nd or the 1st. The phone calls, I think, is just to show that something happened, something triggered in the case, and that's the reason why he's done this 180. I think he's using the phone as it. I don't care too much about the phone. It's the other information that is there that I'm interested in. I think the phone was an excuse to do it. I think Benny was feeling left out of the group. He was kind of one of the first people there to support him, and then all these people start coming in, taking his jobs, doing it better than him. Dom wasn't calling him back. Didn't call him at all since he went to jail. Candus was talking to Ernie, who he hates. And people were leaving him out of the loop. Ronnie Lawson didn't even call him. The cheek of Ronnie Lawson. A link, the document I have it pinned are Benny's chats. I'll put a link to Benny's chats there and as well, seeing as I just played them. But he has them up on his second channel. And I think he was live again today having another pretty party for himself. It's called Hitman Ben Keys. What is that? I'll link it there. Give me 2 secs. Be wide know this. Because this is what Benny wants. And if you are over there and in chat, it can feel like you're in an alternate universe. Don't worry, you're not going mad. I think Benny saw it was time to back away for some reason. Maybe he got scared. I think if TBI police wanted Don's phone, they would, of course. Why? I just don't get the whole smoking gun thing with it. Shouting at the camera, handing the phone, comments galore, screaming about the phone. But when you look through it and just look at the phone calls, the way they kind of went, I don't think there's much about the phone. I think Benny was having a temper tantrum because he felt left out of the party, and he's after hanging everyone out to dry. But we did get some good things out of it. Don Can called, or this was like the third, and Don wasn't on to Candus because he'd no money on his account, so they're not talking, which is good. The grandest call with Emma from Crime Stories Obsessed was genuine. They were talking about that. We all thought it was genuine anyway. But in that conversation, Grandis was... Did I write down Candus there? Oh no, I didn't. Grandis was thrown Don under the bus and saying that she thinks there's a chance he did something. Betty put cameras in. Tim took him down. Don't think there's much in that either, guys. And I think they were talking about Trudy and Chris, the private PIs. Of course, if you were looking into thing and you see people creating copies of phones and at cameras, they might be a bit pissed off. I don't know these people. I have no idea. Benny was telling Candus the night before he was talking to Tim there that he was getting a bad feeling about Tim and that there's something weird going on. Why did Tim back up the phone? Benny very paranoid, speculating that the phone or Don talking is in relation to the recent search, saying that to Candus. Candus wondering is Don throwing her under the bus and says she had a feeling he'd do that from the start. Candus said that Don tried to kill her before, but not after Summer went missing. Benny was speculating with Candus on does Tim work for the FBI? Maybe he believed that. Maybe he believed that, and that's why that call to Tim was trying to save his ass. Candus said she's done with Don and wants a divorce. She said she has a better chance of getting the boys back without Don. Don smoked crack over Christmas, and when Benny was there, he goes off and smokes crack behind Candus's back all the time, they said. Candus thinks about Don being involved all the time. He's punched, hit, elbowed her through a heater, and Benny has seen the bruises on Candus that Don has left. Benny saying he passed the phone off for a reason. And Candus then just coming out saying, look, I don't know, is he involved, when she was really kind of pushed to say he was. Candus, lawyer for the kids, says that she doesn't have to be in Tennessee to get the kids back. Don took his phone to court, gave it to Tim. Tim copied. Tim had for 2 weeks. Or I think Tim was saying there he found it in the car outside. Candus now has it, and Benny wants Candus to turn her over to the TBI. Benny tells Candus, I think Don is trying to set you up. And then Candus saying she felt that since day one. He asks her, pleads with her to take the phone in. Candus, I need to get out of here and not look back. Candus says no to Don, essay in summer. She says it's possible. She says anything's possible. Don came home and took Summer. When she thinks about it, him being involved, her gut hurts. One month before Summer went missing, and Candus confirmed it, Don went to Knoxville with no money and came back with a load of crack. So was there another exchange done for that when Don was away? Betty speculating, does Tim have a strange fascinating with Don, saying that he wants a Netflix documentary and Dr. Phil type things. Originally in the call, Candus said she didn't have the phone, it was with Tim, and now she turned around and told Benny that she does. Benny asks Candus to take the phone to Ryan Lawson. Says Don and Tim are as thick as thieves. Candus is out of the loop on the phone situation. Chris, the private PI, was concerned and upset about the phone being back downloaded or backed up. Benny tells Candus, Chris, the PI, thinks Tim is trying to set you up. Benny pleads with her to turn the phone in. Talks about Tim disabling the cameras and asks why. Benny thinks something happened for the new search. And he said, did Don say something or someone else? And then he calls Tim the next day. Started talking about Grandis and her nap. How it was not the way they were told it was happened. Acting angry, Benny not happy. He's no time for a nap. Talks about Candice saying she wished she walked somewhere over rather than she did. Tim plays it down, says he wants to be neutral and everything. Benny tells Tim, today, March 3rd, I think they've done something to their own daughter. There is no other way around it. Benny speculating to Tim on if Candice met Don on the way home from Hunter's house and made a transfer. He goes into a bit of detail there. So he's maths genius, we found out. Benny speculating that H isn't actually in trouble like we all think, that he's just been sequestered for this case. Benny speculating that Candice called the police 1 hour after someone went missing. Benny speculating that Don had a 2-hour gap on the way home from work. Benny, what's on H's phone? They're not giving it back. Did Hunter lie about the call from Don? If so, why? Don headed home at 3:30 that day, Benny says. Then Tim says 4:30 and they kind of agree on 4:30, which still leaves a big gap. Benny says there's a lie in the timeline somewhere. It took him 8 months to figure that out. Tim saying he downloaded the photos, said nothing was deleted, he didn't change anything. He said he did both Don and Candice's phone that day, so Candice was aware, even though she told Benny in the call before she wasn't and had no idea. I don't know what she's doing. Because even in that call with Benny, who at the time of the call, you have to assume she's someone who she thought was her friend. She just lies 2 or 3 times throughout that call. Then Benny starts pleading and begging Tim to turn the phone in like it's the biggest smoking gun in the world. Tim said the phone did have messages come in. He didn't open them. He just backed it up to get the photos. Then Benny starts telling Tim he's in big, big trouble because he did that and he has data on his phone and he's going to be complicit and tries to frighten him into handing it in. Saying that Don has crack dealers all over the phone, loves crack and porn. He pushes really hard on Tim to get the phone in and fish out. Is there something that Tim knows about Candice being not cooperating? He starts speculating on Ronnie and what he knows from the TBI. Tells Tim he thinks Candice is lying about not having a lawyer. Tells Tim about Candice holding back and lying on calls and general conversations. He's putting his cards on the table here for Tim to follow him, and he doesn't come with him. Really pushing Candus' involvement now rather than Don's, because probably easier with Tim because he knows he's close to Don. Said he has seen Don looking filled with guilt. Benny was very upset with Ernie that Candus was talking to him. That really rattled him. That really triggered him, didn't it? And probably a catalyst for this whole stuff. Catalyst, he loves using that word. Tim says he doesn't think Don is that great of an actor, and he basically believes him. Benny says Candice Wells left the hill 2 times that day. He says the TBI told Candice this, she denied it. I'm going to just make that in bold, actually. Candice told Benny she's in rehab in the house. It's a strange old rehab, isn't it? Tim basically says cut the Wells some slack because they're dealing with a social media frenzy. Don and Candice didn't look at the website findsummerswells.com for a month. They have a little chat about why. Tim tells us some stories, pretty boring. He says he never seen the slightest hint that they were involved in it anyway. Benny starts talking about Dawn punching her the night before she got her teeth done. I think that was after Dr. Phil, or was it before it? He's seen her throw elbows, he's seen her throw a heater at her. Or knows of it. He has seen the bruises, he said that. Tim plays down phone thing is just stuff. And I don't know, did Tim cop on to Benny halfway through this call because he started telling him about recording Candice's conversation. And then Tim comes out with, and he starts putting his cards on the table, and Tim comes out with the line, you've had to play an actor's role here. Benny gets very upset that Ronnie Lawson didn't call and try to talk to him and think he was guilty in some way. He tried to put words in Tim's mouth and say that he had directions. That might be interesting. I wonder what else. I wonder what that visit was about. Tried to put words in his mouth and say he had directions to go after people from orders from him, Don and Candice, and Tim kind of checks him. He was like, well, no, I kind of took it as direction to go attack these people. He says Grandis was very worried about people going to Wisconsin to look into Rose. And I believe that. I believe she was. Tim brings up Robin a good few times. I just wrote that down because he must have mentioned her name 4 times when it wasn't relevant. She's on his mind. They were talking about Summer's footprints going down the driveway and not the dog trail. Benny says CPS close a case on the 14th. Candice told him this. The boys have hurt each other in the past. Don not interested in talking about the footprints, then lied about knowing about them. And Benny speculating on why. Benny says it isn't the internet that turned these people into savages. There were savages before that. They just couldn't keep up the act. Tim talks about Jesus and God for, 15-20 minutes. I was checking out there when he was going on that spiel, to be honest. They pat each other on the back. And Tim kind of gives, to me, I think Benny thought he was trying to lead in this conversation, but Tim kind of gives him a push on the back at the end to go ahead and do whatever you're going to do. I think he knew. He says Candice has already closed the door, so don't feel guilty about anything. You have to do what you got to do. And Grandis is not doing well. She's breathing issues. And that's it. No big crazy smoking gun as far as I can see. Am I after missing anything? I wasn't looking at the chat there now for the last 5 minutes. I don't know what you're talking about, Hawk. 5 hours, 16 minutes. I swore on this live stream. How long was that one? That was 5:17. Oh my god, I'm just going to go over it unless I shut it off right now. I can't. I'm just going to go over it. I lied. Guys, I think we all need to have a bit of grub there now and a cup of tea. I'll throw the link into that chat again and I'll have it in the description and all that kind of stuff. And thanks so much to all of you for coming in, joining me, all the comments. I figured that's what I did last time that we were doing this stuff. I was like, I'm just going to hop on and just do it live. Because I get better comments as well and I get better insights when I'm doing it with people, you know? I'm going to go make a cup of tea. Can you please give the stream a like on your way out? Benny might see it. Might annoy him a little bit. Guys, that's something as well I'm not sure on, because there's comments there saying she can get the boys back. Like if you're meant to be sober and you're turning up on YouTube live streams drunk, and people will march the streets if she gets the boys back. That's what I think anyway. Oh, Janet Pop, thanks very much for the super sticker. I just spotted it there. Sorry. Right, I'm going to have to bunks. Because I'm after taking up way too much of your time. I will have a look at this later and just see what I can update. So if you all have the link there, it might change later on, but it'll still be like the same link and all that kind of stuff. Thanks, Anna and Sherry and everyone else modding. You did an unbelievable job. But guys, I'm so blessed to have the chat and the community I have. I really do appreciate it. They have. I want to try and keep it that way as long as I can. And it's going well. It's going well. Justice for summer, yeah. We leave it at that one. Good luck, God bless. Thanks for joining. Have a good day.